Your finger dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na, unless I say oh na-na-na. Have all bad days oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. God knows I need you oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like God. Have all your beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my gift tonight, and I don't want to go. So this is na-na-na. Promise to say you na-na-na. We have a man is na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a heart. Your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever has never been enough. They put us together, don't let them tear us apart. We've gone through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me love me, tell me love me. Forever has never been enough. Just tell me love me, tell you love me. Forever never been enough. Oh, nah, 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 nah. Oh, nah, 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 nah. Oh, nah. I'm running your way, but you push me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? I'm here to hear you say you're fine. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Round your finger, dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na, unless I say oh na-na-na. Have all bad days oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. God knows I need you oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like I have a higher beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this Jerusalem, oh na na na. Promise to stay, oh na na na. We have a man, oh na na na. I'm hard to love, oh na na na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you, oh na na na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a heart. Your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever is never enough. We're gonna together, don't let them tear us apart. We've gone through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever is never enough. Just tell me you love me, tell you you love me. Forever never enough. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can I feel your grip tonight? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can I feel your grip tonight? I wanna know what you say. Can I feel your grip tonight? And I'm here to hear you say you're fine. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time.
Yeah, most of those things, when you're out here before,
I had the chance to slide this.
yeah.
I'm with you and don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a high on beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, nah, 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 phone, nah, 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 slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this is go na na na. Promise to say you na na na. We have a madness na na na. I'm hard to love go na na na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you na na na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a heart. Your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever is never enough. We're gonna together, don't let them tear us apart. We've come through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me you love me, forever is never enough. Just tell me you love me, forever never enough. Oh, no, 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 oh, no, 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 no,
In today's digital world, your operations are becoming more agile every day, driving more mission impact by making more data available across more devices to more users than ever before. The catch? An increasingly larger attack surface that today's sophisticated adversaries are targeting to find their way in. You need a different approach to cyber resilience today. Start right here, right now. At the Accenture Federal Cyber Center, we have fused together deep cybersecurity expertise with artificial intelligence, machine learning, and advanced analytics tools that allow us to know, emulate, outpace, and eliminate threats in real time. We use our repository of 18 million known bad actors, malicious IP addresses, and viral code snippets to identify threats as they're happening. Our DoD and Intel-trained cyber operators are equipped with advanced tools to mimic and emulate the most advanced nation-state adversaries to test and improve your defenses. We evict adversaries from your system in seconds, not hours, using advanced automated response solutions powered by data analytics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. The future of your mission is leaner, faster, more agile. It's a world of data acceleration that provides great opportunity and comes with even greater risk. It's time to up our active defense game and demand cyber resilience. Here at the Accenture Federal Cyber Center, we're ready. Let's get started.
Howdy, my name's Joshua Bear, and I'm the founder and CEO of Capital Factory, the center of gravity for entrepreneurs in Texas. And Texas is the best place to start a startup in the US. Thousands of entrepreneurs, programmers, and designers gather day and night, in person and online, for classes, meetups, and co-working. With boots on the ground in Austin, Dallas, and Houston, we meet all the best entrepreneurs in Texas and introduce them to their first investors, customers, and employees, the people that they really need to meet the most. We watch everything that's happening and invest in all the best companies. And because of that, we've been the most active early stage investor in Texas since 2013. What's most unique about Capital Factory is our Center for Defense Innovation. There's nowhere else like it that you'll find in the country. There's nowhere else with multiple different government and defense innovation units all in one place. AFWERX, Army Futures Command, DIU, the Texas Military Department, MITRE, the list goes on and on. It's pretty much everybody but the Navy. Where's the Navy? That creates an incredible draw for entrepreneurs. If they know they want to work with the government, they can go there and they can walk around and meet every different agency in one day. And it's also incredibly powerful for the ones who didn't know they wanted to work with the government, because there's nowhere else for government agents to be able to find and interact with entrepreneurs who didn't know that they were looking for them, to be in this authentic place where you don't have to go through security to get in. And it's really working. Over the past 12 months, 31 of the companies in our community have received more than $60 million in non-dilutive funding from almost every branch of the military services. It's only going to get bigger and bigger. We're really, really excited to see where this goes. And that's why we're here today for the last and final day of Fed Supernova, presented by Deloitte, a celebration of all the defense innovation in Texas. The first 2 days have not disappointed. It's been really amazing. So thank you all for your participation. We knew that this was going to be unlike any other event, and it's really exceeded our expectations. It's not just talking heads on cameras like I am right now, but it's really interactive with all of you participating in the chats, doing one-on-ones in the Epic office hours, in the networking, talking to startups in the startup crawl, and more. So thank you. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for being open and trusting and being part of it. And keep it up today. Participate in the chats, turn your video on, introduce yourself, connect and talk to people. That's why we're here. So what are we looking forward to most today? We've got 2 more tracks for you. The cybersecurity track presented by Accenture and the human performance track presented by Capital Factory. We're going to cap off the day at the end with a $100,000 investment prize, where one of the startups pitching with human performance technologies will walk away with a $100,000 investment from Capital Factory. Stick around, see who the winner is. I'll see you there at the end of the day. I'll be in the networking. I'll be in the VIP lounge. I'm looking forward to talking to you.
Well, good morning and welcome to day 3 at Fed Supernova. I'm your MC, Julie Willis, and CEO at Defiant Communications. If you missed the Innovation Combine Awards ceremony yesterday, check out Twitter. There is a tweet popping around with Major General George doing the excited. And the 2 winners were TextPower and FPH Group. Today, we're going to jump right in with some dual use cases from some startup founders and CEOs that are making it happen in defense innovation. But first, we need to bring our moderator on. Sean Singleton, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, how are you, Julie?
Good morning.
It's a pleasure talking with you.
Good, how are you?
Doing exquisitely well. No complaints, no complaints. Well, it's a pleasure talking with you all, and thank you so much for dialing in today. We have 5 really exciting companies that are blazing trails with regards to dual-use innovation. I'm really excited about this. This is a conversation, so if you do, in fact, have questions, please go ahead and fill those out in the chat room, and we'll go ahead and we'll get to them during the course of the conversation. But I really wanted to, before we go any further, I wanted to sort of set the context and the tone about how dual-use investing or dual-use activities can be really exciting for not only the companies, but also for folks in the commercial market space, and more importantly, folks in the public sector. When I was at DIU for a couple of years, one of the things that we noticed is that there were really 5 core constituency groups that needed to be satisfied in order to actually achieve maximum benefit for dual-use startup activity within the department. First, and definitely not least, where you needed to have the priority problems come in from the uniformed services. Because without those uniformed services driving the conversation with their priority problems, you really didn't necessarily have an end user that was actually going to go ahead and take the innovation that came out of the funnel. Second, you needed to go ahead and have the folks on Capitol Hill, and those of you who have dealt with venture capitalists know the concept of limited partners. Well, I look at the folks on Capitol Hill, the authorizers and the appropriators, as being the limited partners in this equation. As long as you keep them apprised of what you're doing, you have no bounds as to what you can possibly do. And we'll get into a little bit of that later with some of the companies and some of the great things that they're doing that have registered with the folks on Capitol Hill. Third, you have the private equity and the venture capitalists out there that are the folks that actually give the rocket fuel that's necessary for a lot of these dual-use startups to move forward. And I hope that some of the folks here in this conversation will share some of their interactions that they're having with their private equity / venture capitalists, because that'll be really, really awesome. Oftentimes, the private equity and the venture capitalists don't see the value in working with the federal government. But if you do have a successful dual-use engagement, guess what? they will go ahead and go out of their way to actually help you find new opportunities within the Department of Defense, because they feel that that's going to be a great way of enhancing valuations. The next, which is the reason why we're here, are the portfolio companies and the entrepreneurs themselves that are at the tip of the spear of doing these really cool, innovative things out there. And without them, the government is floundering, because systems integrators have a place in this, yet at the same time, the systems integrators themselves are also looking for innovative concepts and startups with whom to work, which gets into the last piece of the equation, the systems integrators. One of the themes that you're going to hear in some of the questions that I'll ask and some of the things that I try to tease out in this conversation is the willingness of each one of these 5 founders and C-suite members of working with systems integrators. There are a couple of examples that we'll go ahead and get into, and I would really like for them to tease out why they're working with systems integrators, which can be huge force multipliers, especially with dealing with the folks that generate the priority problems and the folks on Capitol Hill. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first CEO, our C-suite member, and that's Evan Loomis of ICON, one of the StratFi recipients of the Super Sibber, as some of us like to call it. Evan, if you wouldn't mind, tell us a little bit about you. Tell us a little bit about the great work that ICON is doing. Hold on, I think we have a delay with regards to Evan, so we'll roll over to Jeff over at Apptronic. Jeff, if you wouldn't mind telling us a little bit about what you're all doing over at Apptronic, greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, sure. So first, let me introduce myself. I'm Jeff Cardenas. I'm one of the co-founders of Apptronic. I'm actually vice president of strategy. Dr. Nick Payne is our CEO. So about myself, I'm a UT grad, undergrad and grad school. I had a couple of startups prior to Apptronic, and decided to go back to school and get my master's degree to really learn how to do it right. And some of you guys might be familiar with the Masters of Science in Technology Commercialization Program, or MSTC, at UT Austin. So I graduated from there and actually worked at the Innovation School at the IC² Institute. And there I met a professor, Dr. Luis Sintis, and his grad student, Dr. Nick Payne, as they were looking to spin out some technology from NASA, from the DARPA Robotics Challenge, to start a company. And basically fell in love with robotics then, and that was in 2016, and we've sort of been off to the races since then. And doing robotics, it's very expensive and takes a long time to build robotics, to build robots. And so for the last 4 years, what we've been doing is really building a core platform that allows us to build any type of what I call next generation robots, which are really mobile robots that are designed to work with and around humans. And so we've gotten to do a lot of really exciting things since we started in 2016. We've got 25 employees now. We started off, our first contract was actually with NASA, building the next generation of sort of motors and components that make up advanced robotic systems. And from there, we got into Iron Man suits, and from there, that led us into mobile robotic arms. And so we've got a lot of exciting stuff underway, but a big focus for the company today is around what I call mobile manipulation. So mobile robotic arms that can move a number of different things. And I think we'll talk about that here in a little while. We're working with Army Futures Command and Army Applications Lab, and really excited about the project that we're just kicking off now.
Perfect, Jeff, and thank you so much. And there are going to be a lot of questions directed your way with regards to being a hardware-intensive business and how that resonates with some of the venture capitalists out there who typically shy away from it. So thank you for that.
Thanks.
So, and then next we have Third Insight with Gareth Block. Gareth, if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about you and what you all are doing over there at Third Insight, greatly appreciate it.
Sure, Sean. Good morning. Third Insight is a 4-year-old, 10-person company out of Austin, Texas. We focus on autonomous navigation software, which is hardware agnostic. So over the last 4 years, my team has built out what's called visual scene understanding. So using computer vision, position estimation, and autonomous navigation software in an integrated way to solve problems that most AI cannot. And in this way, what we're really trying to do, for example, is play hide and seek with the enemy, or fly through cluttered environments and try to really make sense of what's going on, to do hard target tracking, hard target identification, find survivors. And so as part of that work, we've actually been working with Homeland Security for the last 3 years with first responders. And we're currently on 3 phase 2 Air Force SBIRs, all around autonomous navigation and autonomous multimodal sensor fusion for UAVs.
Got it. That's great work. And it's nice that you're working with the folks over at Homeland Security, because they can give you some degrees of freedom that you don't get when you're working in the Department of Defense. So we'll delve a little bit more into that later, get some firsthand experience and knowledge from you. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Next, we have Joe Sullivan with Aerial Applications, which was also a StratFi recipient. So Joe, if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about your background, being the recipient, what all that entails, and if you want to get into the process now, you can. If not, we can go ahead and table that for a little bit later in the conversation.
Yeah, sure. So first off, I just want to say thank you for moderating this, Sean. I'm very excited to be here, and this is a fantastic opportunity. So thank you to everyone here. Aerial Applications is a software company specializing in geospatial intelligence and computer vision. And we've been around since 2015. We've taken on some private capital, about 4.5 million in a seed round. And we use that to actually gain traction on the private side. And so what we did is we came up through telecommunications, and we built a rapid prototype around being able to do disaster response mapping. So we started by really our big moment that kicked us off was Hurricane Matthew, where we mapped the entire city of Savannah, about 120 square miles with drones. And then we had, on-site data processing, and we gave them a map, and then we gave them a list of the locations where all of the power lines are down. And that, translated into further traction in the commercial side. And that story of, flying a drone, capturing all of this aerial imagery, building it into a 3D model, and then running that through computer vision to be able to identify objects. That really, really resonated and got us our initial traction with the Air Force, which, was in large part, I think, thanks to the Capital Factory and the work that you guys have been doing there. And we kind of got that first phase 2. Based on the research and development that we did there, we were able to deploy a proof of concept at Camp Bullis, and that translated into a pretty viable solution that has been adopted through the StratFi program. So it's been a great ride. It's really exciting, and happy to kind of drill down on that as we need to. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, being a native Savannian, I really do appreciate anything that you do in the Chatham County area, the Low Country. So thank you very much. And I also represent another StratFi entity, and we've gotten some lessons learned that I'll go ahead and I'll bring into this conversation as well. But yeah, thank you for all the great work that you all are doing. And I'm glad that you brought up the Capital Factory, because one of the things that I wanted to showcase and highlight is the great work the Capital Factory is in fact doing. Those of you who have experience in working with the federal government, it is a rather interesting animal in the sense that everybody has their own specific domain and fiefdom, and everybody feels that they have the superpowers to do everything. Well, in reality, no one government entity or organization has that ability to pull off everything. So there needs to be a cooperate and graduate approach. Capital Factory, interestingly enough, is the only place where I've ever seen the folks of the National Geospatial-Intelligence Agency, Department of Defense, FBI, and a few other federal agencies actually play well together. So kudos to Josh and the rest of the team there. Thank you so much for the great work. And I'd like to go ahead and get into the conversation as far as what are some of the lessons learned that you all have gleaned from your engagements with the government? And it can be in your current capacities or in previous capacities. I know, Jeff, you talked a little bit about the DARPA elements of the origins of the company. I'd love to sort of, hear from your perspective what that has been like to take it from sort of an ideation all the way to where you are right now today.
Yeah, I don't think a company like Abtronic could exist without help from the government. So you just look at high risk capital and the time horizon for the stuff that we're building. And really, there's no one else that's willing to take the risk and make the type of investment that's needed to build this kind of stuff. So we sort of knew that from day one. And we got a phase 1 SBIR with NASA was really how we got started. And really what our strategy was work with the government, find opportunities where we could apply this technology early on and sort of build out this generic or generalized robotics platform that allowed us to really build any kind of robot in the future. And so that's what we did. We started off with NASA, and then we worked with another DoD entity. Like I mentioned, we went from humanoids to exoskeletons. And what they really wanted there was an Iron Man suit. So that was a pretty exciting and fun project to work on. Not something that a lot of VCs would have funded from start to finish. And so really, that's a unique opportunity presented by working with the government and the DoD. And then from there, we made a big discovery in robotic arms, really a new type of arm or a new type of motor that was very lightweight and powerful for its size and weight, and had a great application in robotic manipulators. And from there, we found a huge opportunity with Army Applications Lab and long-range precision fires for an application for that type of technology. And so all along the way, we've worked with commercial customers and mostly R&D labs, the kind of robotics that we do. It's not, super prevalent yet. But, like I said, we wouldn't have been able to build out this kind of technology without the help. And so now where we're at today is now we've matured this technology. We've spent the last 4 years building it. And now we are on a time horizon where we can go after venture capital, and we have a product that we can actually apply within 1 to 2 years. And so that's kind of an exciting step that we're at today, but, couldn't have done it without this. So for other founders out there, it's difficult at first to learn how to navigate the space, but once you learn and have someone to show you, and especially with everything that they're building here at Capital Factory, there's a lot more tools that are available now to help teach you. But I do feel like it's instrumental in building your business, and something that I recommend anybody really in deep tech to take a look at when they're starting out their company.
Perfect, Jeff. And so just to double click on one thing that you said you started off with NASA, and then I imagine went over to SOCOM, and then have now gone to a broader DoD swath. You say you've been helped. How much of that activity has been your own and the company's sweat equity, and how much of that has been the government actively sort of propelling you to have additional conversations with other components of government?
I think both. It's a two-way street. So when we went from NASA to SOCOM, they found us. So they knew what we were doing with advanced robotic actuation and had seen the stuff that we had done for the DARPA Robotics Challenge. So they kind of knew what they were looking for. And they came to us, which was really a huge opportunity for us at the time. I think we were 6 guys, and it was a big opportunity for us to have a chance to build that. And then a lot of it's been sweat equity with us pounding the pavement. So we started selling commercial product at the same time from day one. We knew we wanted to be a dual use company. And so most of that ended up sort of, we started to sell to different robotics labs and different R&D groups at companies around the country and even across the globe. So it's kind of a two-way street. But what we found, especially in the SBIR program or SBIR program, depending on how you want to say it, is there's a strong interest from the government to see you commercialize this stuff and be successful in the commercial market. So that was always a big part of how we had to write these things up, and what we would talk to the customer about is, what are you guys doing on the commercial side? And really the commercial side was up to us. And so I think we've done a good job of sort of navigating both of those and put ourselves in a pretty good position as we look towards the future.
Awesome, and the future does look bright for you. So thank you for sharing that. And Gareth, could you please share, some of your lessons learned in the engagements that you've done, especially also the Homeland Security piece?
Yeah, so we were actually in a very similar position to Abtronics. We had a very early win with Homeland Security, had selected us and really championed us for the first couple of years. They were essentially our only lifeline. And you really needed, and this, I think, again, to Jeff's point, you really need someone to stand out and essentially put a bet on the table that your technology has relevance and it has a commercial application even when it's just in the pre-build phase, when you're just showing pretty pictures and eye candy. And so the DHS S&T, who, as I said, had become has now been with us for a very long time, they took us around and they kept the light while we figured out really what was the product market fit for the technology we were building. And again, just similar to Apptronics, I don't think that we could have built this on the back of a commercial sales strategy. We really needed, because we're trying to build like a DARPA hard problem, we're trying to build a general intelligence engine that can work on edge devices. That's not something that I could throw over the wall and just hope that it stuck. So we've been very fortunate, and I think, as you're all saying here, it's really apt. Capital Factory and the kind of center of gravity that all of these Department of Defense players have brought to the table. There's so much of a critical mass now. I mean, I even moved the company from Houston to Austin when we were early members of the accelerator program at Capital Factory. So that pivot was actually to bring people out here and build the company here was almost entirely because the DoD space is now blossoming here. I mean, it would not be too much of a stretch to say, if it weren't for this recent explosion over the last couple of years, we would not be a company nearly the size. I mean, we've now, we're doing well. And so I would say without that boon and the DoD's gamble on us, it would be a hard play. And then honestly, you know, we are dual use. The technology we're trying to build would be used for surveillance, drones, for potentially intelligent agents working alongside people. But actually, I think the risk averse and the difficulty of identifying what customers need in that marketplace is much more difficult than identifying what SOCOM or what the base of the future looks like and what those needs are. And I think the DoD is willing to take risks and put long-term bets on the table for technology that really could be revolutionary. That's maybe not DARPA hard, but actually has a pathway to success. And again, so it's been great.
So if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about the DHS S&T process, because I'm familiar with it, but I would like for you to share it with a couple of other people as well.
Sure. So their customer, I mean, DHS, as you know, has probably got 20 plus agencies, including Border Patrol. There's a lot of maritime. There's obviously the TSA. If you dive into each of those agencies, they each have their own specific pain points and customer needs. And so what we did was we worked with S&T, and they selected us out of like 300. There were 10 of us to essentially break apart different customer demands. So we worked very closely with first responders, firefighters, and police officers to imagine what would a wearable technology be like to track those officers as they go in subterranean environments or in the middle of a house that's burning. What would it be like to identify victims? Only if parts of their bodies are occluded. Can you take into account that you know that children might want to crawl under beds, and therefore that a drone shouldn't just fly around and build a LiDAR map of the room, that it should really go down and deep down and dive and look for a child? There's all this kind of spatial reasoning and more higher level reasoning that humans take for granted that first responders deem as a prerequisite for implementation. And without that, they wouldn't even trust the device to act on their behalf. So that was a really big lessons learned, which is that trust is really the first step, and full autonomy is, I would say, 10 years away until we do human machine teaming and get to the point where people trust the intelligence that they're going to put their lives on and trust their kids' lives on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so that it's really key, because I think what you tease out is that there are a lot of things that technologies can do today. Yeah, there needs to be a policy, and there also needs to be a broad general public acceptance of that. I mean, that's the case behind Google Glass. I think people will eventually get used to being able to wear something over their eyes that brings up a LinkedIn profile, or in the case of being a warfighter, that actually brings out threat information on the battlefield. Yet you really need to address all of the policy issues and also get people comfortable that this is something that's value additive versus something that actually is an invasion of privacy, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
Perfect. And Joe, I'd love to hear your thoughts, because I imagine that in the work that you were doing out in the Low Country, you had a little bit of a DHS, flavor to all of that. Coast Guard probably as well.
So yeah, it's funny. So so we came up entirely on the commercial side, which is crazy. right? And I would not recommend that as a path. But they were willing to pay for it, and so we scrambled, and our money came from private companies saying we need this information, and it was weird to kind of start there and then flip over to the defense side, because I'll say the defense side and just the government generally has a real appetite for early stage, for the people who know the acronyms, TRL, early stage TRLs, right? Technology readiness levels that are still not quite baked, and they accept that and can kind of work with that in a way that the commercial sector doesn't. So that's my takeaway is that it's really worth it to work with the federal government where you can to get that advantage on much more experimental R&D. If you can kind of get like we've done, we've gotten this kind of agile loop going where ideally we're getting paid to do R&D from the federal government, and then we're getting just that component built and iterated and then pushed out to the commercial sector. We get testing and feedback, and then it comes back, and we get testing and feedback, and then we deploy it for our government clients, and we just keep looping like that. And to tie it back to the StratFi, that was really a key component of how we wrote our proposals, was saying, okay, we've gotten this feedback from the commercial sector. That's super valuable. Let's see if there's an appetite on the government side. And as we think about the next 4 years of R&D that we're doing, that's exactly our plan. So we're getting operational budget over here. Then we're taking that and everything that we learn on the operational side, we're deploying that for R&D, making sure we really have a crisp understanding of the problem set, build the tech, get it operational. And we kind of keep stepping like that over the next 4 years.
Got it. So you're letting the government basically take care of the non-recurring engineering that you can exploit for commercial purposes, right?
That's the plan if everything works perfectly, yeah. And then we also are leaning on venture capitalists to be there as well, right? So if we do it perfectly, the government underwrites all of our R&D. It's magic, but it also helps to have a bit of a safety net there too.
Got it. And where are you using that as a springboard into the VC conversation? Have you started that, or you talk about the commercial focus? How much of that is tied to, say, insurance companies or actuaries that you've been working with? Because I really want to address this point right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a fantastic question. I think the way to think of it is, so we've been targeting venture capitalists that can understand the government space. And I think that is going to be absolutely critical for us as we scale, right? So we, the 80-20 on this market is that most of the revenue in the foreseeable future is government, and we need someone who understands that and isn't scared off by the fact that we only have 1 or 2 or even at scale 20 accounts, because those accounts have several million of dollars behind them, right? It's a very different market paradigm than like a B2C play where you have millions of customers that are hundreds of dollars each. So the first thing is just finding a partner that can kind of understand that and see that math. And then also understanding that working with the government is non-linear. This took me a long time to figure out, right? So it's not, hey, my annually recurring revenue is increasing 10% month over month. It's, I did this phase 1, I do this phase 2, I do this phase 3, right? And it's a stair step. And in some ways, I mean, it's almost like a pharmaceutical investment in that way, where you have like clear phases, you work along, you hit your technology readiness level, and then you rocket ship, rather than kind of this linear thing. I don't know if that answers your question, Sean, but that's kind of how we've been approaching the problem set.
Got it. Yeah, and you actually bring up something that's a big issue with regards to the success of the SBIR program to date, right? is that once you've achieved a phase one or a phase two, what's the transition path into the larger, DoD or public sector engagement vehicle? I mean, Jeff, I'd let you answer this. How are you looking to leverage your SBIR activity into more full-fledged, production contracts, for lack of a better term, that are scaled out across an enterprise?
So, I mean, we've just finished up. We had a phase two and then a phase two option. And so actually the technology that was developed under that phase two is really what's leading into this Army Applications Lab project related to, mobile logistics, let's call it, and this robotic arm. And so we're looking for that to be a structure of a phase three SBIR. But a lot of that's still learning. I'll tell you in a few months how that ends up going. But it's a big opportunity for us. I mean, there's a number of different applications for this type of technology for mobile robotic arm all across the DoD. And so our goal is, like I said, to transition this into a phase three SBIR. But we're at the bottom of that mountain, sort of looking up. We're just getting started. So frankly, we don't know yet. We'll see how that goes over the next few months.
Got it. And Gareth, what with regards to that same question, how are you all looking at this?
I think our primary target are in small business partnerships. One of the things I think a lot about is how do you take a $10 million, $20 million, $30 million company and make it into a $100 million to $1 billion company? And it's hard to imagine doing that on the back of these incremental contracts where you're fighting every year to put dollars to keep the lights on, to grow the company. That incremental build is very difficult. So instead, what I'm thinking a lot about now and what we put a lot of our energy into, are building relationships with other complementary small businesses, some of the folks that are in this Fed Supernova today, and understanding how we can each complement each other and we can bring to bear something that's bigger than the sum of its parts. And I think that even goes to the idea of building things like roll-ups, where you see Kratos, you see these Anduril Industries. There are these companies that actually are able to organically grow and get to the point where they are going to be Palantir-esque. Well, that's actually really, really difficult, and it takes a lot of backroom negotiations and plays to make that happen. So how do the smaller fish in this pond make that happen instead? And I always think of that nice advertisement where they had all the fish looking like a shark when they all swim together. And so I think the vision then is to bring together pieces that are really complementary, where people are willing to share in a common thesis that looks a hell of a lot like a shark, that could be a Palantir, where you roll capital, where you raise DoD and private equity money, and you actually build an aggregated conglomerate that is as effective as a Kratos or an Anduril or a Palantir, but instead is really made up of much of our little pieces. Because I think we're all solving a very difficult problem, and individually it's a very steep climb. But I think if we were to bring those pieces together, we could really bring an integrated solution, which is a hell of a lot of value. And that's the goal.
Yeah, I would really agree with that, Gareth. I mean, I think the key to, or like one of the keys to the government is just being able to show that you can play well with others, right? Because even at the level of like a Lockheed Martin, they still have to system integrate and partner, and they're not solving it all themselves, right? And so, yeah, I see that as being absolutely mission critical for us as a business, being able to partner with other players and put these solutions together, and to say, maybe there's an orchestration strategy. It's not a classic go it alone thing. It's everybody coming together into one place. Yeah, totally agree.
You all are a phenomenal pattern, and thank you so much, because you're teeing up the next phase of our conversation, that willingness to partner with systems integrators. And so just a little bit, Gareth, thank you so much for bringing up Kratos, because Kratos is one of the companies that really benefited from dealing with DIU. In fact, a lot of the plus-ups that they've gotten in the budget over the last 3-4 years have been because of the Valkyrie and the Mako programs that they've done with us over at DIU. And Joe, with regards to working with the Lockheed Martin, one of the things that was really intriguing is that if any of you know a gentleman by the name of Ken Merchant, he's now the supply chain lead for F-35 over at Lockheed Martin. When he was the vice president running F-22, he was incensed by the fact that all of the startups were getting all of the attention. So Merch brought his team out to the Valley a few years ago, and he says, I'm going to show you all that systems integrators can move at the speed of business. And he came out and he met with a host of companies out here, Jabil, Flextronic, and they ended up meeting up with this really cool company called Tempo Automation in the southern part of San Francisco. They ended up having a great relationship, and they, Lockheed Martin, went out of their own way to bring Tempo Automation on as a trusted supplier. And Tempo is doing printed circuit boards in 9 days, what it would have taken 9 months to do in the old process. And in turn, Lockheed Martin is realizing greater reward in their award fee moving forward. So Joe, getting back to the Lockheed Martin and that cooperate and graduate piece, how open are you, and this goes to the rest of the panel, of working with some systems integrators and leveraging their facility clearances, leveraging their contract vehicles to do exactly that, that cooperate and graduate?
That's an awesome story, Sean. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, I would say we're not only open to it, we are aggressively seeking these partnerships, right? And, you know, I think that the key here is we're all trying to listen to our customer, right? So we want to, you know, we've had the privilege of being able to meet with, you know, our clients at the Air Force and to really hear what their problem sets are. I never want to lose that. I want to make sure that we're always there. But if we're doing our job of listening, we're going to hear, okay, I need to work with this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy. And I think there could be some really, you know, beautiful magic where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And we can actually execute on things that we wouldn't be able to otherwise. If it's just, you know, if I have to grow to the size where I can support, you know, like you said, a security cleared facility, that's going to take me, you know, if I start today, 12, 18, 24 months, right? Buying the real estate is going to be 10 months, right? So being able to kind of leapfrog some of those steps would be a huge benefit for us. So yeah, I would say it's absolutely essential. And it's challenging because each of those is a sales cycle in itself, right? Where you have to get the attention of the behemoth. But you know, what I've seen is that some of them are trying to make it easy for you, and so we're trying to kind of crack into that where we can.
Got it. Thank you, gentlemen. Jeff, did you want to add on that?
Yeah, I mean, so we don't have any experience working with any of the, you know, the big defense contractors on at least the defense side. But actually, our first commercial sale was to Lockheed Martin in their commercial division. So they were building a commercial exoskeleton for workers, and so that was one of our first projects that we worked with them on, and that was great. And so as we started to get into defense exoskeletons, we've maintained a great relationship with them, and I would say there's certainly some stuff on the horizon and opportunities to work with them. In terms of collaborating, I think there's potentially a question for later, but that's really what Army Applications Lab is all about, and that's what they're doing in the cohort program. So the idea is a system of systems, and so there's 6 different companies that set out to solve this big problem for long-range precision fires. So they call it FAR, Field Autonomous Artillery Resupply. And basically, it's a huge problem. How do you automate the logistics chain out in the field to get artillery out, you know, to the cannon itself? And so we're one of 6 teams that were selected for that. So we're the robotic manipulation team, but there's a AI vision company, there's a mapping company, there is a autonomous vehicle company, and everyone sort of makes up a different piece of the puzzle for this. And so they call it the systems of systems approach. And in our group, there's one group that's sort of basically spun out of Carnegie Mellon called Carnegie Robotics, and they're sort of us 4 years into the future potentially. And so they're sort of serving as potentially the systems integrator in this group. They're about 150 employees or so, whereas we're 25. So I do think it's all about teamwork. There's no way we could solve a problem like this. We're looking at a 3-year time scale to solve this problem, and there's no way we could do it without working with everyone. So I can dive into that deeper, but that's been a really exciting project from the onset.
Well, I wish you would dive into two elements of what you just wonderfully articulated. First off, how is the government planning to integrate those 6, components together? Because government typically doesn't do a great job of integrating systems. And then B, you bring up the folks at Carnegie Mellon out of the Pittsburgh area. How are you bringing that innovation ecosystem together with the Central Texas innovation ecosystem? Because sometimes a lot of things get lost in translation in both senses.
Yeah, so Carnegie Robotics really specializes in sensors. So I talked about the DARPA Robotics Challenge. They built a mine-sweeping robot, and on that created a unique type of vision system. And actually, we used that on Valkyrie in the DARPA Robotics Challenge on the NASA team. And Boston Dynamics used that, and a number of other robotics teams use that. So they really specialize in advanced vision and have done and really kind of serve as a systems integrator at a maybe a smaller scale than the larger defense contractors. But they're looking to graduate up the next level. And I think from our end, we're excited to learn from them. So we've learned a lot. Their ecosystem for robotics is more mature than what it's been here in Austin. And so we've got an opportunity to see what they've been able to do. They're in a 65,000 square foot facility, I think building another 30,000 square foot facility. And so as we're building out our company, they've really been, sort of an inspiration, and we've learned a lot from their team, and they've been really open with us. So it's been a great experience working with them so far. We're the first group to go in the cohort program. So we went from concept development into now we're actually building what we conceptualized. So there's still a lot to learn, and it's really the very beginning of it. But so far, so good. It's been a great experience. The Army Applications Lab and ACME and Alliant is the prime actually that we're working under, has been great. And so far, everybody's been playing really well together. I think the key to making that process successful was the selection process and making sure that you had groups that each did something well, and there wasn't a ton of overlap in the groups. So we're not really competitive with the other groups that we're working with, and we all kind of each have our own complementary skill set. And so far it's been awesome. And we'll let you know in 9 months when we get done with our first build cycle on this.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because there's a lot of pressure on Army Futures Command to go ahead and generate a lot of success, since there's been so much cash that's been, allocated, authorized, and appropriated for them. So wishing you all the best. And Joe, did you want to bring up a point?
Well, so I actually, Jeff, I'm curious, how are you guys handling intellectual property in this partner ecosystem, right? Because I got to think that's a very delicate dance.
Yeah, so that was something that we talked about early on, and I would say that that's probably going to continue to evolve. I think from our standpoint, what we had so Alliant is the prime, and then basically all of the startups are subs under Alliant. And so what we did was we had an agreement, with Alliant, but then the startups that really wanted to collaborate, we created separate agreements with each other. And then basically we worked on co-developing concepts with each other. And what we did was really just sort of carve out our specific lanes. So for us, it was like, we want to be the robotic manipulation team. And that's what we do, and we do that well. And then in terms of being the systems integrator, Carnegie Robotics was very interested in taking that, because they'd had a system of record before, and just were a larger company that can take on the overhead to be able to do that into the future. And so, we're 4 months into this, and so far everyone's been playing well and playing nice, but there's still a lot to learn as we grow out the actual products and really take them to the next level. So far so good, but this is a learning process. So
yeah, Joe, that's an excellent question, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because one of the things so the role that I fulfilled at DIU when the organization still had the X was business development and engagement. And what that meant was that I was principally responsible for building relationships with the VCs, private equity on Capitol Hill, and then also the folks in the Pentagon. And we would frequently get 2, 3, and 4 stars and political appointees that would come out, and they would bring up oftentimes the intellectual property. And the one bit of advice that we gave was that DoD is the caretaker of the biggest graveyard of intellectual property that exists out there. And I would sort of hearken back to the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark when they put the Ark of the Covenant in that big warehouse. That's basically what DoD does with intellectual property. So I encourage all of you to diplomatically push back and just say, hey, we would like to house the intellectual property, because guess what? If we're able to go ahead and keep iterating for a commercial customer, that's R&D that you don't have to pay for Department of Defense. So you should care less where that intellectual property resides. So good on you for asking the question. And Jeff, I actually wanted to go ahead and talk a little bit about the hardware piece of things that you're doing. We have a question that comes in from Frank Custis. Have you started the process of engaging with VCs for building out your enterprise?
Yeah. So we raised a pre-seed round, a small round, and actually we were targeting to raise around a seed round at the beginning of this year, but ended up landing more revenue in contracts than what our target raise was. So sort of wanted to get our feet under us in terms of our growth. And now we're planning a raise for this fall. And so the conversations are going well. And I kind of have a unique vantage point in terms of VCs because my wife is a VC. And so she works with a group called Ecliptic Capital, a new venture fund here in town that's really great. And basically, you know, what we had talked about in building the company was really just about time horizon for VCs. So it's not that, and the VCs that we talk to, it's not that they're not interested in hardware. It's just that they're really on a 5-year, maybe 10-year. There's new ones like Mithril Capital here in town has a 15-year, but really that ends up being like a 7-year time horizon for going to market. So it really, you know, they're not opposed to hardware, but they are opposed, you know, they have a time scale that they've got to face. And so for us, the way that we managed that was bootstrap ourselves or build the company off of revenue in the early days, mature the core technology until we get to a point to where we can meet that venture time scale. And so sort of now here we are. And I like to say we worked our way backwards. So we started off in humanoids. That's 5 to 10 years. Then got into exoskeletons, and now here we are with a robotic arm. And in terms of VCs, that seems to be the sort of home run for us. So we can apply this technology in the next year. We do the full stack on the arm. So the intelligence, we call it vision-based grasping. So the manipulation side as well. And the feedback from VCs so far has been really exciting. They seem to be very excited in this current environment. I think coronavirus has changed a lot of the business models out there to where companies that are revenue positive or cash flow positive today are even more attractive than they've ever been. And so, you know, gone are the days, I think, where you can say, wait for 5 years and I'll show you revenue down the road. And so that's been really positive for us. And so we'll see once again how that process goes in the fall. But right now it looks really good.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And so if I'm hearing you correctly, Jeff, and thank you, Frank, for your question, is that you're going ahead and you're building out as much as you possibly can on the government dime, also with some, you know, revenue coming in, also with some VCs that are interested. Yet you're really looking to a time on the horizon where you actually have more of an integrated solution to where the government and also the commercial sector, specifically VCs, are willing to go ahead and cut bigger checks. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so Frank, to your question, building on what Jeff wonderfully articulated, it seems that when you talk about an integrated system, that's when it actually finds traction with a VC investor. If you're familiar with Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz, Andreessen Horowitz has that saying, software will eat the world. I think at the end of the day, even the most hardware-intensive company has a sizable software component to it. So I think if you can talk about future growth and actually what that looks like on the horizon, that's where you really garner the VC investment. So Gareth, I'd like to talk a little bit about what you all are doing specifically on the Halo aspects of what you're building out. And then also too, what other domains outside of DoD are you looking actually to exploit with the capabilities that you're building out? If you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about some of the partners that you're cooperating and graduating with.
Sure. So Halo itself is, as I mentioned, it's around this notion of visual scene understanding. So building a contextual awareness about either visual data feeds or multimodal sensor feeds, taking into account, for example, we did a project for DHS a couple of years ago where we had a knowledge graph that tracked the known relationships of two terrorists from their work and training in Libya to a potential bombing in Berlin, through the port of entry in JFK, and then ultimately to a set of CCTV cameras that were looking out onto Times Square. And the question was, how would you build a representational model that would say, hey, these are the kinds of relationships I know. These guys are brothers. This guy is wanted for a bombing in Berlin. And I see this person out in this crowd. Normally, facial recognition would just do one individual face at a time. But how would you juxtapose and say, you know what? Look, two brothers just came through this port. What are the likelihood that two brothers are going to be standing far away? Maybe I should look at groups of people together and try to do some kind of boosting. And so that technique really led us to the first patent, where it was, you can use these network effects, you can use expert systems to drive higher order qualitative reasoning, just like humans do, and using deep learning as the kind of grassroots parts. But you're now using a knowledge graph or a probabilistic semantic graph, in the fancy words. So that is really Halo in a nutshell. We've ended up putting that on drones so that drones can look out into the world and try to recognize what's a potential threat and why are there certain things in the scene? How are they related to one another? A typical example might be, you know, you and I, if you got drunk, you woke up one morning and you looked up and all of a sudden you saw this kind of like rugged steel piece, like 5 inches from your face. You'd be like, what the hell just happened? Well, you might try to orient yourself by looking down at one of your feet. And all of a sudden you look down at your feet and you see something that looks like a wheel. Well, you and I would both probably then immediately, I guess it's a truck or a car, probably not a car because it would have crushed you. So then you might look at the other foot and you might say, oh, well, shit, there's another wheel there. There must, you know, either this thing is completely aphysical and it's about to fall over on me, or there's a third support or fourth support behind my head. That kind of iterative reasoning is what we've built onto our drones. So they do both abstract processing as well as physical planning in the world. And they try to figure out, for example, if I want to deliver a small bomb into the intake of an F-35, let's say, I mean, God forbid, the Chinese make these little drones and these drones fly out onto the tarmac, and maybe let's not use our own aircraft. Let's use one of their aircraft. What would it be like to deploy a bunch of these small, 3-ounce plastic explosive chunks into the intakes of aircraft that are distributed among the tarmac? Well, those little aircraft would have to reason about what they're seeing. They would have to identify the parts of the aircraft, try to, navigate around based on what and they'd have to orient themselves. So it's really an OODA loop problem, if you're familiar with the term. And we've embedded that OODA loop into the software, the iterative structure of the software itself. So that's the how. Remind me, what was the second question?
No, the question is, who are the collaboration partners that you're doing that? Because, I mean, of what you just described, which sounds like a really awesome night of partying that sort of like didn't go well.
Exactly.
Who owns that data feed of the supply chain? Where do you factor in, and who are some of the other collaboration partners in that conversation?
People like JSOC and JCOG. So there's a massive kind of a security and intelligence apparatus that we're getting a lot of traction. So they're basically like kind of three methodologies that we're looking at. One is to deploy to retrofit new and legacy UAVs to be hardware agnostic, so we can take a Puma or a Raven or even a small, like the Fleur has a little Dragonfly, to make those things smart. Take dumb things and make them smart. The other thing is to build an edge and a fog and a cloud architecture for intelligence agencies that allows them to do this kind of sophisticated edge-based reasoning. Those edge devices, IoT devices, could be body cameras, could be drones flying around, flying down streets in Afghanistan. I mean, so the short answer is hardware vendors and primarily intelligence agencies is where we're working now.
Got it. So it sounds like you're working with entities like AeroVironment, possibly like a Shield AI, some of the bigs out there.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the nuance then is that the Skydios and the Shield AIs, they've raised enough capital where they could put us to shame. I mean, what is it like to have $100 million float into your checking account the next morning? That feels pretty good. And you might just then say, oh, you know what? I'm going to build my own autonomy team. I don't need some fancy AI technology, knowledge graphs. Well, actually, it's really, really hard to execute on any deep concept, right? And so you've got to position yourself. And this goes to the roll-up stuff again. Any individual company that raises enough capital either is going to screw it up, just burn cash with no great effect, or is going to do it right. And if they do it right, they're going to be the Kratos. They're going to go up and that knee. So in order to race them, to prevent them from getting a lock-in on that space and building out their own capabilities, people at our level really have got to work together to form a warring tribe to go after that piece of meat.
So on that piece of meat, let's assume that that's VC dollars. How are those two entities, Skydio and Shield AI, not wanting to put them on the spot since they're not on the call here, how are they opening doors for you with Andreessen Horowitz and some of the others? Or if you don't want to get into that, but is that a part of the strategy that you have of leveraging some of their relationships that they have to garner additional investment for you, since you are an enabler for them and their platforms?
Right. So what I would say is that we're more of an enabler for the AeroVironments, who probably look at the Shield AIs as incumbent, well, not as incumbents, as they're obviously AeroVironment's the incumbent. They're looking at those as intruders on their own turf, where they've traditionally owned the DoD sales in that market space. So I think what's really going to happen is that there are larger entities that are older school but still middle range, and they're going to look at us and they're going to say, gee, we're going to get our breakfast eaten for us by the Skydios, by the Shield AIs, if we don't buy up a Third Insight to engender our aircraft with the kind of intelligence that these people are trying to organically grow. It's a hell of a lot easier AeroVironment's probably got $200 million in cash on their books right now. So it's a hell of a lot easier for them to just say, well, geez, man, yeah, you could try to raise $100 million in venture capital, or why don't we just buy this little company and, wrap them in and build out a technology which is first class.
Got it. Thank you so much. Because I think by all of the work that you're doing with some of these systems integrators, that's a built-in liquidity event for you if you decide to go ahead and take that path. And so in just the remaining couple of minutes that we have, and Jeff, you sort of teased this out as it relates to COVID. Joe, what has it been like over these last couple of months? And if you wouldn't mind just sharing in a few seconds, it's been like since the great lockdown of 2020 for you all there.
Yeah, sure. So, I would say we've been fortunate enough to be able to do most of our work remotely. So in that sense, business is still moving forward. I think what we're seeing, though, is that at the DoD, COVID safety implementation processes have had knock-on effects in our business. So what we thought would be, hey, this is a simple contract, we can get this done quickly, or like I've got a loop here that should be a relatively painless thing, is now getting thousands of paper cuts of, right, like, oh, that person is off this week, or that person shifted to a night shift and we're only at 50% capacity. And so there's in some ways there's been like increased demand, and there's been the sword cutting a good way, and then in some ways there's been this kind of, I didn't expect friction to be here. Like I thought there'd be friction, but I didn't think it'd be in this area. So that's been kind of an interesting take that we didn't expect.
Understand. Well, I appreciate that. And Jeff, you teed it up, but we are at the end of our time. So I would like to thank you all. It's been a phenomenal conversation and I really appreciate it. And just the one bits of advice that I have for you and others out there is to continue to keep doing the great work that you're doing. Continue to be open to the collaborative partnerships that you're already forging and will eventually forge. And getting back to those limited partners on Capitol Hill, make sure that they are apprised of all of the great work that you're doing, because they could be a huge force multiplier for you moving forward. So with that, thank you so much, everyone who's dialed into the conversation. And Julie, back over to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Joe, Jeff, and Gareth. Gareth, if you could hang out in the back, it sounds like you've got an extra $100 million and you need a Venmo account. I got you. A big thanks to Sean for moderating, and it is time to break into today's 2 stages. We have the Human Performance track presented by Capital Factory, and that's where you're going to find the $100,000 investment challenge at 2 p.m. Central Time today. And right here is the Cybersecurity track presented by Accenture. Let's bring Tamara Fields up to kick off the Cybersecurity track. Tamara is Accenture's Managing Director here in Austin and the South Market Unit Director of Operations. Hello.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me well, Julie? I just want to make sure before I get going.
We can hear you, yes.
That's excellent. So I just want to say welcome to everyone. I'm very excited to be kicking off our 3rd day of the Capital Factory Fed Supernova Conference. I'm coming to you live from the music capital of the world, Austin, Texas, here at our Accenture Austin Innovation Center. You can see the cool mural that's behind me. We leverage this to inspire conversation with our clients. As Julie indicated, I'm Tamara Fields. I'm our Austin office managing director. In my role, I'm responsible for bringing innovation to clients, engaging, and leading a team of more than 3,700 resources here in Austin, contributing to our local community. In addition, as she noted, I'm the director of operations of our Accenture United States South Market Unit, responsible for executing our business strategy, growth and efficiency, and engaging our people across our 13-state region. In the midst of COVID-19, daily conversations among our top leaders across public and private sectors alike are no longer just about profits and operations. They now include business continuity, safety, security, and resilience. Working from home has opened up a new attack vectors and work issues, including those from insider threats. And that's why we're here today for the cybersecurity track. It's important for us to maintain our business and make sure that our employees are protected from these threats as we work from home and our offices. I want to thank all of you for joining today for the last day of our first ever Fed Supernova. What's for sure to be a day filled of great conversations and collaborations and exciting panels. And I really hope that you learn a lot as we operate across the ecosystem of Texas. At Accenture, we have a strong focus on innovation and experience advising some of the largest public and commercial clients around the world. We have more than 500,000 employees globally and are able to leverage the power of our global network, insights, and collaboration and relationships to bring continuous innovation and deliver exceptional service for our clients as we do business. One of the key areas that I'm very excited about, and especially in collaboration with Capital Factory, is our Accenture Ventures. We team partners and invest in the next wave of disruptive technology, and that's something that Capital Factory does as well, to bring innovations that solve today's problems and help prepare us for tomorrow. Our Accenture Federal Services teams partner with federal agencies across defense, intelligence, public safety, civilian and military health organizations to transform and innovate communities where we live and work. Here in Texas, we have offices in Austin and Dallas, San Antonio, and Houston. We have more than 9,500 personnel across the state of Texas who are focused on public safety, civilian, military health, and to bring important public and commercial innovations for our future. Here in Austin, as I noted, we're in our Innovation Center. We have our Accenture Interactive teams. We create experiences for people that are focused on end-user experiences for their solutions and the services that our clients bring. Dallas has our Cloud Innovation Center, where we are quickly developing and testing and implementing cloud solutions and doing that from a secure perspective, which is really important as we move into cloud technologies. In Houston, we have our Cyber Fusion Center operational technologies capability, which is a one-stop shop for creating and testing effective security industrial operations. And in San Antonio, we have our federal cybersecurity, where we provide 24/7, 365 days a year operation for monitoring and defending government networks. So we're very proud of the work that our employees offer to the state of Texas and our clients around the U.S. and around the world, and especially our support in the military world. I myself spent 20 years in this IT space and spent a large number of those years working in our Accenture federal services business, working with the military, working with the U.S. Army on one of our very large enterprise systems. And I think it's really important that we have this dialogue about how we're going to protect our world today. Again, I just want to say thanks to everyone. We are proud to sponsor this conference track because we think it's important to hear a number of topics today from the speakers and panelists that you have. I think that you're going to get great insight. It's important for us to talk about the future of cybersecurity as the threat situation continues. I think it's important to have diversity as we drive innovation and continue to work together to drive a stronger outcome. We have a great lineup of speakers and programming today with our fireside chat. We have a networking and panel discussion, and that's really going to showcase the Texas cyber ecosystem. Again, thank you for tuning in. Without further delay, we're gonna get started with a fireside chat with our Central Federal Services Managing Director, George Bronx, and Lieutenant General Hawk. I hope that you really enjoy today, that you gain a lot of information, and this helps you prepare for your process for how you're going to address cybersecurity in the future. Thanks again, and we're excited to be sponsoring this event.
All right, thank you. Let's just give them 1 second to all get assembled, and we'll be right back.
Round your finger, dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for none. I'm just to say, oh, na, na, na. Have all that days, oh, na, na, na. I'm hard to love, oh, na, na, na. God knows I need you, oh, na, na, na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like God. Have a high on beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na, 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 phone, na, 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 slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this is nothing but na.
All right, welcome back. It's time for the fireside chat with Lieutenant General Tim Hawk and Major General George Franz. I've been told that if they have a little bit of extra time at the end, if you leave questions in the hop-in chat, they might be able to get to them. So, without further ado, let's bring them on in here. Welcome.
Hey, good morning, Julie. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Just for introductions, I'm George Franz. I'm one of the managing directors with Accenture Federal Services in the role where I support our Department of Defense and our Unsell community cyber portfolio. And so welcome to this fireside, I guess more of a monitor side chat with Lieutenant General Tim Hawk, who is commander of 16th Air Force. I am going to introduce what 16th Air Force does because it's pretty impressive and it's important to frame. So 16th Air Force conducts global intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, cyberspace operations, electromagnetic warfare, and information operations, They operate and defend the Air Force network. General Hawk and his command serves as the service cryptologic component responsible to the National Security Agency, Central Security Service on behalf of both the Air Force and Space Force. General Hawk is also the service component to the U.S. Cyber Command, and he also commands Joint Force Headquarters Cyber Air Force. So you can see, pretty busy leader, and so we appreciate you taking the time this morning, sir, to speak with us. Also, in way of introducing General Hawk, it's no exaggeration or embellishment to say that he is the most experienced operational commander in the DoD, having commanded cyber operational units at the squadron level, as a Joint Task Force Deputy Commander, National Mission Force Commander, and now as the Numbered Air Force and Cyber Commander. Now, I last worked with Tim on active duty when he was the deputy for Joint Task Force Ares, where he led and really drove what was then the most complex cyberspace operation that U.S. Cybercom had ever conducted to counter ISIS on-net messaging and recruiting. And is kind of really the brilliant leader who drove that mission and pressed the envelope. He pressed the national command decision makers to provide the freedom of maneuver in cyberspace that we really needed to counter this global threat. And I think a lot of the work that General Hawk led and General Macasoni and that team, they really set conditions for what's become the strategy for persistent engagement in cyberspace. So a really framing operation. So with that, sir, welcome to Supernova. Thank you very much for being with us today. And if I could, I'd like to just ask you for a brief introduction of 16th Air Force. So thank you, sir.
Awesome. It's an awesome day, any day to spend time with General Franz, and really appreciative of the forum today that we can talk a little bit about what 16th Air Force is doing. So General Franz gave the overview of the missions that we're doing. When the Secretary of the Air Force decided to stand up 16th Air Force last October, really the biggest challenge that she laid in front of us was, how do we integrate across all those roles and missions? And how do we leverage and create synergy between things that we had at times intentionally stovepiped between our intelligence, enterprise, things that we do in targeting, our cyber forces, and our electronic warfare? How do we integrate that in a more effective way to meet what the demands were from the National Defense Strategy? And in a lot of ways, what 16th Air Force is intended to do is to be that force that in the National Defense Strategy, it describes a conflict continuum that starts in competition and then extends through conflict if we're unsuccessful to manage the competitive phase. We're really that competition force. And we organized ourselves around 3 different lines of effort, which was to generate insights, to compete now, setting an expectation that if our adversary is doing something that's malign against the United States or against one of our allies, being able to take action in the competitive space, but also being prepared to manage escalation if we are called into a conflict, to bring all of our resources to bear. So we'll talk a lot about the things that we do from an intelligence standpoint, also in terms of offensive and defensive cyberspace operations, areas that I think will also be really relevant to the team that's assembled today will be how we're running all the Air Force networks, whether that be our unclassified networks or all the series of classified networks that we have in our Air Force. We've now consolidated them in 16th Air Force under one wing so that we can also be able to be more effective in doing lessons learned across all of those in terms of being secure and defending as we go forward. A couple other missions that we're really proud of in 16th Air Force are one is that we're also responsible for providing global weather. And we made a decision as an Air Force to bring the Air Force's weather wing into 16th Air Force. And it was a brilliant decision by our Air Force senior leaders, because we found that they were an organization that does assessments every day on big data. They run high performance computing centers, and they also have a group of cyber professionals that have a software factory to rapidly turn new capabilities. And that synergy, what we're seeing across 16th Air Force of those roles and missions that are happening at our squadron level has really been powerful. And those are things we can talk more about as we go through of how we're getting and seeing lateral coordination across all of our various roles and missions of the 44,000 airmen that are assigned to 16th Air Force in our 10 wings and 178 squadrons. So with that, George, looking forward to the conversation.
Hey, sir, thanks for the introduction. So I'll start off with a question. You're less than a year into the stand-up of 16th Air Force, and I'll be honest, I was corrected by your staff when I categorized that as a combination of 24th and 25th, and they very quickly corrected me that is not at all what you're doing. So I would ask you, what would you describe as your greatest success with the stand-up of the Information Warfare Numbered Air Force? Is that unique new construct that you just described? What kind of challenges and opportunities have you identified that you didn't foresee? Again, just given the scope of your mission. And I think, where do you see the greatest potential for revolutionary kind of change in operations? And you just described an interesting vignette about integration of the weather into your mission and the characteristics around how you approach that as a big data analytics platform. Interesting. So just a few minutes on where you are with the stand-up and where you see greatest opportunities and challenge.
And thanks for that, George, because what we have really emphasized as part of the culture of 16th Air Force is we are a new organization. So that we did take resources from predecessor organizations that were incredibly successful, but we're being asked to do something slightly different than both of those organizations, which is really about information warfare and how we compete. And I think the biggest success that we've seen thus far is really in the stand-up of the organization. We were just declared fully operational capable on Monday by General Holmes, who's the commander of Air Combat Command. And a lot of that was built on the work that has occurred in our headquarters to create a staff that is now integrating these functions. And we've really built that staff, and we have a component side of our staff that is really organized as a joint task force using very standard joint terminology. And then we have an air staff. So we have an A staff that is the enabler, that's linking our organized, train, and equip resources. We've built that out. Our Air Force has approved this structure, and that's allowing us now to start to move out faster. We've also consolidated 2 op centers into a single op center to drive all of our operational force. And as we've moved through that, it's started to expose opportunities. So I think getting the staff and allowing us to now take things that we've had to do very manually and do very personally to get into normalized executable processes. And what we think is the areas that we're starting to see the biggest emphasis is we've spent a lot of time with Lieutenant General Steve Fogarty, who's the Army Cyber Commander, and really has been a mentor for us in talking through some of the information warfare components of this. Is we're really emphasizing publicly disclosing adversary activity and being able to expose to the world what adversaries are doing, and in doing so, force them to now acknowledge that and respond to it. And there are areas that we're starting to see some early success. We started some of this with our partnership with U.S. Cyber Command, but we're seeing it now with many combatant commanders that are really moving out in the information environment. And that's the area that gives us the most, I think, real opportunity to move quickly to meet the expectations of the National Defense Strategy. One of our biggest challenges has been really being able to articulate to airmen that they are now an outcome producer. And if you're an intelligence airman today that is providing intelligence, potentially could be based off of our ISR aircraft that we're flying near Russia or in the Black Sea or in Afghanistan or in Iraq, they may be part of the ability to publicly disclose something that really forces one of our adversaries to have to respond to that, and also to build the case that is supportive of something that might be ongoing in the Department of State, in the Department of Justice, or within the FBI or Homeland Security. And we're seeing those pieces come together. Right now, we're having to encourage everybody that you are part of the outcome producing side of now what is information warfare in our enterprise. And you can see it happening, and we're seeing it grow. Now we want to just be able to unleash all those airmen to be able to do that on a very routine basis.
All right, so if you don't mind, I'm going to kind of continue the discussion you introduced in the context of your structure and information warfare. So it is a concept that seems to be coming back in vogue. It's ebbed and flowed, as you know, over our time. And really after a hiatus from the warfighting lexicon, it's back in. So can you just a little bit further describe your approach, how you're approaching information warfare, and then what would you say are the biggest misconceptions, challenges and misconceptions you have around information warfare, if you would?
Well, from our perspective, so there's probably 2 sides to this. And for everybody that if anybody happens to be a doctrine type of focused individual, we've spent a lot of time on definitions, and where we're starting to see emerge is some really good discussion for us, which is what do operations in the information environment look like? We're looking at information warfare as our strategy to integrate all of these capabilities, but we want to produce outcomes in the information environment. And the methodology that our team is really building upon is an idea of convergence and being able to converge all of our capabilities around a series of thoughts. And those are that as we look at this in the future, in the way that we've looked a lot of how we've approached adversaries in the past, it's been about a geographic spot on the ground. We've organized almost all of our intelligence apparatus to find an adversary And we really were very centered on geography. And in the information environment, that becomes less important. Whether we're talking about cloud architectures, hybrid cloud, how adversaries move in and out of their own communication structures, those things now become, how do we look at data that is available to us across all of our roles and missions that we're authorized to see, that we're ensuring we're in compliance with the law, our values, our civil liberties as we approach that, and then apply all of our authorities to be able to converge on a problem. So as opposed to in the past, we were really looking at a spot on the ground. Now we're being given really hard problems from either combatant commanders or the intelligence community to solve. How do we bring together our data, our authorities, and our partners to solve those problems? And in many cases, what that outcome looks like is being able to disclose what the adversary is doing in a much more public way than we would have done in the past. And for us, the strength that we believe we bring as the Department of Defense in that is when we talk about information operations, it's about exposing truth. And it's how we operationalize our public affairs force to counter disinformation by putting more truth into the environment, and others within our information operations, which is to send that to specific targeted audiences. And so that balance is now taking ingredients that we have, but applying them slightly differently, very focused on data rather than the specific geography that data derives from.
Interesting. And I will say, so Steve Fogarty owes you the $20 bill for discussing convergence. I think he's probably patented that term. But so that absolutely makes sense, and it fits in line with the notion of persistent presence and engagement that I know you've been guided and helped shape that strategy. But I'm going to shift a little bit just to get into some of the details of your mission, and one that's most critical for you is operating, defending the Air Force network. So kind of is the commander responsible for full spectrum cyberspace, which is everything from offense to defense to code and ops and security, with your core mission including defending your Air Force network. What would you say your biggest challenges are in meeting what's an incredibly rapidly increasing mission requirement, at the same time facing a really daunting set of nation state and other threats that you've got to defend against every minute of every day?
I think probably for me, so my background has been much more in the offensive and defensive cyber approach to how we looked at this problem. And now being responsible for running the networks, it's really about finding the balance between user experience and security. And we really want to be, what from our service perspective, is we're getting great guidance and leadership in terms of our CIO and our deputy CIO in terms of what our vision is as to what we're trying to accomplish, both in how we're approaching making data accessible from how we're building out our own internal cloud infrastructures, with what how we're partnering with commercial, and then all the way down to the user experience for the individual. And what's really driven a lot of that has been COVID-19. And what we were asked to do to expand our telework infrastructure. So as you can imagine, we were configured in January of this year to support about 10,000 users in a telework environment. That was our normal daily demand of telework across a force that has about 700,000. And so we went from overnight a demand of 10,000, and then on the day that the SecDef put out the stop movement order, our requirement went to about 300,000. So you can imagine what that looked like in terms of the need for partnerships between our CIO's team, our acquisition force, our lead command that's doing all the organized, train, and equip, and then 16th Air Force bringing our operational forces principally through our 688 cyberspace wing. That had to be in alignment, and I'm really proud to just have observed that unity of effort that occurred between our CIO's office, our acquisition force, and our operators to rapidly move into that space and be able to provide hundreds of thousands of airmen telework capability in a manner that we were comfortable from a security perspective. So that's an example of the challenge. But as we go forward, we know that our adversaries are going to be relentless going after our systems, our networks. As we start to talk about our vision for command and control of the future in terms of joint all domain command and control, we know what will be targeted. So we're finding that balance across our roles and missions where we can inform threat because of part of what we do in 16th Air Force in terms of our intelligence forces, how we partner with the National Security Agency to understand threat and cybersecurity from their perspective, and then as a component to U.S. Cyber Command, being able to leverage what DISA and DODIN, their guidance and their infrastructure. So finding the balance between there, I was really proud of what the team could do as we went into COVID-19 to keep that, all of those things aligned. Now we really need to be thinking that as to what that looks like 3 years from now, 5 years from now as we go forward. And for us, it's a rapid transformation of how we think about zero trust and how we can accelerate zero trust. And there's a lot of really good work going on both within our partnered combatant commands as well as within the Air Force to advance how rapidly we can look at not only how we do that inside of individual users, but how we do that for weapon systems and how we think about securing that data as well. And that's a challenge. I'm really excited about the unity of effort that we have across our service to get after it.
Not that, again, an incredible capability. So I'll follow on, and you've always been a very imaginative, forward-looking leader. And I say that as someone who, as the J3, had to try to put left and right limits on what you were planning to do. And you just described a scenario with COVID where you went from 30 requirement for 30,000 to 300,000, 10,000 to 300,000, and so you really had to, at every level of your command, you had to instill creativity, discipline, initiative, bias, bias for action in your force. So how do you create that right balance with the great airmen you've got and civilians, maintaining that right balance between that imagination and then that level of command and control and discipline you need to do when there's always that dynamic tension between the two, and you're always going to have that really imaginative airman who will find a way to do something?
So I think we're actually feeling the reverse, which is I feel like I'm not doing enough to enable those airmen because we have amazing airmen. And the things that we're working on there is to allow them as an Air Force. We're spending a lot of time. Dr. Roper's leadership, Nick Shalane, who's our software lead for our Air Force. We've seen Ms. Knausenberger, who's our digital transformation officer. They're doing some incredible things to enable airmen. And our challenge now as leaders in our service from an operational community side is how do we get that all the way down to our squadrons to let them realize the potential of what our services is giving them? So the things that are in there today, we're really working hard to allow every airman in our service to get access to digital training. So we can transform to a digital Air Force, meaning if you're interested in coding in Python, it doesn't matter what career field you are. If you're interested in coding in Python, we want to let you find a path to be able to learn how to code. And then if you want to be able to then code, how do we allow you to compete for things that might be really cool jobs as you've shown proficiency? Those are things that we can see, and we've got the pieces in place. How do we make that operationalized and real? The software factory work that is going on, we've proven in our service now that in some really specific software houses that we can do code within containers and do it really rapidly and empower airmen at really low levels to execute it. What we now need to be able to do is scale that all the way down to our operational squadrons. We've proven we can do it. We can do it in the context of existing programs. Now, how do we allow, if you're at a squadron that does targeting for really all the combatant commands, and you have a solution that you could script and install, how do we put them in an environment that allows them to script? They get some sort of automated validation of that code, and they can deploy that code without impacting the underlying system. Those things are all available to us. We just haven't been able to get it all the way down to every airman. So I think that's one component that we're really thinking through. The other areas that are natural in our service that we're trying to encourage, weapons and tactics for us, we look at doctrine differently than the Army. Normally, the Army writes the doctrine and organizes the doctrine and then executes against the doctrine. We sometimes read doctrine. What we really read is what is the current tactic? What is the most current employment of a capability, and then who can make it better. We do that through our tactics process, and we rapidly spin that tactic back into our force. And so that's one we're trying to feed that and use those existing processes so that we can accelerate their innovation. So I think at this point, we've got a good balance. The area that we're trying to, how we manage it, back to your original question, which is how we manage it today is it in our fence line or is it not? So meaning, is it something where the risk that we're bearing is within the Air Force or within one of our wings? We want to power that down to whatever's the most appropriate level to assess the risk. If we're bringing risk to other entities or to missions that have been assigned by General Nakasone, that obviously brings a little bit different flavor as to where who makes the risk calculus decision and how far we take that innovation and what level of testing is required before we do it. So we're trying to find that balance as we go, but it's pretty exciting to watch the capabilities that our airmen are either leveraging from the intelligence community or what now our Air Force is starting to power down to them to be able to move faster.
Yeah, that makes great sense. We talked a lot about this notion of in this domain, the bottom up, the talent is really at the edge. It's the young airman who really has that creative idea. We saw it happen during, Glowing Symphony with the counter ISIS force. The great ideas were generated by the operators who really had the visibility, and it crossed all areas. So that clearly does. So I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into the information warfare category. So at 16th Air Force, and it'll also give you a chance to maybe just riff a little bit, talk a little bit more about how you see convergence. But how do you see the intersection of cyberspace ops with information warfare? And I guess that's part of that convergence discussion. Again, where do you see the greatest opportunities to affect national security in the IW mission? And then the other thing I would ask, and you described this a little bit, but where do you see the greatest misconceptions about what cyberspace operations really truly are?
So I think first, I'll come back to I'll put it in the context of General Nakasone's strategy. So if we look at what he has laid out from a cyberspace perspective, the department said defend forward is our strategy. Being able to put the Department of Defense outside our borders of the United States to defend our nation in cyberspace in a number of different ways. General Nakasone has then built that through persistent engagement. And there's two lines of persistent engagement: enable and act. And there will obviously be a lot of attention placed on when the United States acts in cyberspace, but really where we spend a lot more of our time is enable. And whether that be as we look at the elections, that we went from a period of time where the Department of Defense, of course, had no role whatsoever in defending our elections. And as that moved into cyberspace, that the Secretary has now said it's a permanent mission of the Department of Defense is to assist in the defense of the elections. That didn't change that DHS has the lead for the infrastructure and that the FBI has the lead for countering malign influence. Now we're in support of them. That's enabling them through our ability to bring resources, whether that be intelligence, whether that be defensive forces, or our ability when asked to bring offensive forces. Those things now all start to align to really get an outcome for our nation. And how do we enable other elements of the executive branch to produce outcomes, maybe through insights that we generate, or are those things that we are able to do as either U.S. Cyber Command or any of the components? And one of the really good examples of that when you start to think about an innovation and how you combine cyber and information would be the work that evolved in our hunt forward operations, where it was not until the NDAA in 2019 that Congress authorized us to put our defensive forces outside of the Department of Defense networks. And when they did that, that allowed us to partner with other nations to put our defensive forces on their networks in foreign countries that were being targeted by adversaries. And that allowed us to do a couple different things. One, it helped us, an ally, have a more secure network, but it also gave us great insights into how the adversaries were targeting them. We didn't really go into it with the idea that we would take that and then publicly disclose it, but that became a clear avenue for us to be able to use the information environment to produce the outcome. And we began to just start releasing that malware through VirusTotal and announce it as U.S. Cyber Command releasing the malware we have discovered in our operations directly to all of the commercial marketplace so that they could more rapidly identify countermeasures and deploy them across all of their networks and their kit. That was an example that emerged over time that started as a defensive maneuver in cyberspace and then really became a cost imposition on our adversaries because they obviously then had to reconsider the tools they were using, the infrastructure they were using that we had exposed publicly. And those things, that's a small example, but when you start to think that at scale, whether it's what AFRICOM just did over the last month, where they took what was an intelligence operation to be able to track and discover the Russian government providing fighters to a private military company in Libya. AFRICOM released that as a public release that showed that while Russia was saying one thing, they were doing another, and now they've had to respond to the truth that AFRICOM put out. They put out another one yesterday on landmines that were being used by the private military contractor in Libya. We've also seen it with Space Command, with General Raymond now very publicly talking about what Russia is doing in space. And now taking that and making that public disclosure to drive a narrative and drive a discussion about what Russian activities are, and as a nation, what should be our response, and be able to now have that conversation very clearly with our allies that say, here's what they've done in Libya, here's what's occurring in space, how should we address that together as we go forward? And that all starts with what's entered into the information environment and has really allowed that conversation to happen very publicly.
So a follow-on question to that, because it gets into a little bit of tactic, but I think it's a useful one to kind of lay out. In March, you described how you were doing this notion of the formation of an information warfare cell, operational, where you brought together the ISR folks, electronic warfare, information warfare, public affairs. You said a little bit about its success, but how would you assess how this cell is operating, frankly, how it's interacting with the supported elements? And then as you see this as a bigger than a tactic, something that you're obviously using to shape and influence joint, how do you see it supporting you in U.S. election security, protecting your defenses? There's a number of ways you can use this. So just your thoughts on the success of that cell and how you see that evolving.
Well, we think it's pretty foundational to everything that we're going to do. Is that when the Air Force told us that we were going to be an information warfare focused organization, clearly we had to invest in the ability to plan and think our way through how we're going to do ops in the information environment. And so we stood up this cell. We have a colonel that's in charge of it. And we've really been able to now allow him to build relationships with all of, and within our normal organization structures. Information operations occurs within a J39, within our operations directorate. And now that we've established a J39, he has peers across the globe that are working the same thing. So that starts with building relationships, which we've been really successful at doing with both air components and with combatant commands. The other thing we wanted to do is start to put in expertise inside there of individuals that understood from public affairs to be able to understand what's occurring in the information environment and also how to engage from within public affairs channels, ensuring that we're doing the right things, that we're putting our name to and communicating as an element of the U.S. government, consistent with what the Secretary has asked us to do. And then bringing in other experts from an intelligence standpoint, cyber, EW, and then also IO, having them all together has really been beneficial for us to allow them to also connect to all those elements in our enterprise. We're a large organization that has a lot of experts that we've put in a number of locations around the globe to support all the combatant commanders. We want to be able to draw their expertise in to also help and assist as we think through new concepts and new ideas. We've been successful with that. We've initially focused on how we support General Nakasone as his component. We've wanted to bring that ingredient together first to be able to focus on election defense. And much of that is how do we inform FBI, how do we inform DHS and allow them to be successful? But we're also building a really good relationship with the Department of State, their Global Engagement Center, has done a really good job of starting to put information out in the public domain that is exposing what our adversary is doing in the information environment. And we want to be a good partner with them and help them meet their mission success that Secretary Pompeo has asked them to do. Another area that we spent some time with that team is we wanted to educate our own force. If you start to think about, if we talked about cyber hygiene, you'd always start with what's that first set of training you're going to give to every individual that's in your organization so they understand what risks they're bringing to the organization. We need to have corollary training like that on disinformation. As Americans today, we are the weak spot. Every individual that is passing disinformation that we see in social media and whether that gets passed as truth. So what we wanted to do is, we obviously can't solve that for America. This is from a society perspective. We're going to continue to get smarter and smarter at validating information that we forward, but we do have an obligation to train our airmen. And we wanted to provide information to all the commanders in our service. This is what disinformation looks like. This is how you can validate data. This is how you fact check a source of that data. And please, airmen, don't be a part of this problem. And also, if your uncle or your mom forwards something in social media, please educate them as well as we go forward. So those are things, as we look at what our nation is doing from an election defense standpoint, we've seen other nations be really successful at educating their population on what is truth and what is disinformation. And we owe that to our force. So that's one of the early wins that we've had from our cell, was also to be able to communicate across our service.
It's a great, again, just an approach. I'm sure the other services will, if they're not already doing that, just a way to build a core of citizens, citizen airmen, citizen soldiers who can be part of getting that message out. That's an intriguing thing. So we probably have time for a couple more. And I do want to, just in the spirit of this forum, I do want to ask you a question about your relationship with industry. So you described how you've organized the staff functional, and you've got an A staff to do what I would describe as the AdCom, those things. Could you just, for the audience here, your high level guidance and intent on how you work with commercial industry? Again, I would ask areas where you want to do better, where you would like to do better to connect with industry to help innovate, and then equally as importantly, what are the ways that, so now that I'm a guy wearing a jacket in industry, how can we help you better develop, maintain operation readiness, do things that are relevant to you? Pretty broad question, but I think in this forum, it's important to hear direct, from you, how you see that going and how you can see us doing better.
Yeah. So George, I'll give you like a multi-layer to this. So like the way we've consciously organized is 16th Air Force is the operator. And what General Holmes asked of us in 16th Air Force is to be the lead in our service in information warfare tactics and to drive operationally all of our concepts. So from that perspective, we are the operator of the kit our Air Force delivers to us. So that's our start point, is that we get to be the operationally demanding customer of our acquisition force and of our higher headquarters that's out there working the dollars, the budgets, the contracts, those type of things. So that's the small picture. Now, when I talk with my higher headquarters, which is Air Combat Command, they're asking us the same question because they're really trying to make sure we're equipped with the right kit and how we think about these things. And that partnership has been really good. So where the things that now start to cross lines as to how we're thinking about it, in one bin, we have the Air Force doing risk reduction activities in enterprise as a service. So we now have multiple vendors that are taking over infrastructure across the Air Force. So one, I need a partnership with every one of them because they're now operators within our network. So I'm still responsible for their successful execution for users and security and defense, but they're clearly an independent entity on their own network. And so that's a new relationship. How do we partner to be able to ensure that we're meeting every expectation from a user and from General Noxoni, who's telling me these are your expectations from our security and our defense? And that's a partnership that's going to continue to evolve across an increasing number of vendors as we go forward. So how do we partner on information sharing? This is a great opportunity for us. How do we think about what information sharing looks like in a way that's enabling their defense and ensuring that we're not more vulnerable to a weapon system, any part of the elements of the defense industrial base that touch any of those networks. So that's one area that's really in front of us today, that as we accelerate into enterprise as a service, how do we do that? The next area that really we're spending a lot of time on is how we are growing from our hybrid cloud infrastructure. Clearly partnered with industry, but applications being driven by government, and how we think about securing that data. You and I have been involved any number of times where someone in the US government has misconfigured a cloud instance, and then we've spent an awful lot of time dealing with the aftermath of that. And that doesn't even include when the adversary is going after that. It's just when we've done it ourselves and exposed data. So it's a different space. And it's clearly a partnership between industry and the government and how we secure the data that is resident in the cloud and within our network, and how that relationship exists. So for us, we're spending a significant amount of time thinking through what role should software-defined perimeters have for us versus leveraging capability that would be in any of the individual vendors' cloud instances that are being part of that. And what's that menu look like in between there that brings strength as we're moving portions of our network to one series of vendors? We're also having our data that is in multiple cloud instances in a hybrid fashion. How do we defend that at a user level and an attribute level as all of that's in motion is a partnership that we want to, we certainly don't want to be deeply lagging industry's best practice, but we also recognize we got to train a force that is pretty large on how we change the implementation of those technologies. So that's one. The second area that we spent a lot of time on this year is probably very representative of a lot of industry that's running big networks. We had collected a series of tools over time that we lost a little bit of coherence in those tool sets, where within a portion of our Air Force, we might have invested in one tool, whether that be in trouble tickets or in how we visualize our network or see threat. And so we've spent a lot of time over the last year reducing the number of tools that we're providing to our operators from a defensive perspective. We want our operators to be great at what they do. We're big believers from a Daniel Pink perspective in autonomy, mastery, and purpose. You're not a master of 66 tools simultaneously. We really need them to be experts in whatever we're asking them to do. But our ability to be agile in training, our ability to then think about what industry best practices are much more honed if we're focused. And so those are things that all those things are disparate activities that we're working through simultaneously as we're trying to accelerate and improve user experience while ensuring security.
All right. Sure. And again, this could be a conversation we could have for days, but I appreciate it. So just as to wrap up, again, you've covered, we forced you to cover a lot of ground. And again, these are conversations I know you could talk for hours on each topic just because you've got that kind of depth. So what I would ask for, if you have some kind of closing remarks, guidance for those of us on net who we're here to help, I can speak for Accenture, I can speak for my teammates out here. We really want to do the right things. We want to help you meet your intent. So just some closing thoughts on how we can do that. Just some kind of parting shots, if you will, as we close out this afternoon.
I would say first, thanks for the time today. Any conversation with Major General Franz is a good conversation. The fact that we had a whole other people to get to listen into that was a different experience. But where I think we are right now is we're pretty excited with what the Air Force has asked us to do, because we know we've got airmen that are ready to take on the challenge. We've seen convergence start to happen in our enterprise, and we know we'll be able to accelerate and really realize the strategy that General Nakasone has given us while meeting the expectations of air components. And that's the area we didn't really talk a lot about today. Is we have a lot of responsibilities to all the air components across our service, while we're also focused on meeting combatant command's needs. And we think at the beginning of that, really what's at the center of that nexus is our ability to understand the adversary. And that's where we think, from a service perspective, bringing 16th Air Force together and those airmen that can coalesce around our understanding of an adversary through our data and authorities will not only enable our ability to meet the outcomes that are expected, but our partners' ability to do so. Inherent in that is an assumption that we're going to be able to operate, we're going to be able to move data where we need it to move, we're going to be able to compute at the right place with the right power to be able to enable it regardless of what environment we're in, and that we're going to be able to secure that data to make sure that it's available and has integrity and trust for any user across our service. So those are exciting challenges, and we really are thrilled that the Air Force has looked at us and said, move out, and we've gotten great support from our senior leaders in our service, and our airmen are awesome. Thanks for the time today.
All right. Sure, thanks. Now, again, I really appreciate your time, your remarks, candor, and obviously we'll all be watching 16th Air Force as you shape the future. It'll be really interesting to watch that. So I want to thank, sir, thank you. Thank your team for helping prep. Again, I want to thank the Capital Factory for hosting and our hosts, and thank you to those of you who are able to join in to our monitor side chat today. So again, please have a safe, great, and secure, cyber secure day. And with that, I will pass over to the Capital Factory staff and Julie to take us into the next event. So, sir, thank you very much.
Well, thank you both. I like that new term, the monitor side chat. It is now time for networking sessions. Hop back over to Hopin, and you'll be matched for a one-on-one conversation. You know, get a little lunch, and we will see you back at 12:15 for the Cybersecurity Melting Pot panel.
Round your finger, dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na, promise to say oh na-na-na. Have all bad days oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. God knows I need you oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like I have a higher beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this is not na-na-na. Promise to say you na-na-na. We have a madness on na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a higher beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever is never enough. They put us together, don't let them tear us apart. We've come through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever is never enough. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever never enough. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. I'm running your way, but you push me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside.
Welcome back from lunch and networking sessions. Let's get the cybersecurity melting pot panel started and bring on Bill Marion.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bill Marion, Managing Director of Growth and Strategy at Accenture Federal, just recently retiring as the Air Force's Deputy CIO. I'll be serving as your moderator today with our distinguished panel of speakers. I'll introduce them in a few minutes, but first would like to highlight what we plan to achieve in the next 45 minutes of your time with us. First, the title, Cybersecurity Melting Pot, Tech Vision to Workforce to Operations. As the name implies, we're going to smelt quite a few areas together within the cybersecurity and operational lens. A vision of the tech forecast, hopefully elements of whole of government workforce enhancements, and last but not least, the operational goals and challenges we will drive together. Many on this session recognize the cultural, geographic, industrial, organizational, and workforce diversity of the Texas region when it comes to cybersecurity. It truly is tremendous. And from industry like our Accenture Cyber Centers in Houston and San Antonio, to academia in UT Austin and San Antonio and Texas A&M Morelos, to startups, to state and federal, like Army Futures Command here and Army Air Force Cyber Command, and nonprofits like FCS, Cyber Texas, Port of San Antonio, and Cyber Patriot. Most importantly, it is that diversity that we're trying to fully enable to accelerate digital and cyber innovation. AI, ML, human-centered design, cloud computing, digital workforce empowerment, not just as emerging and critical trends, but truly mission accelerators. To that end, we'll lead with a couple of minutes of intros, get straight to about 25 minutes of questions from myself, and then we'll pivot to about 15 minutes of questions from the audience. So please use the public chat window in the stream or in the application to bring your best and toughest questions into our esteemed panel. We'll be taking questions through the entire session, so please put those forwards. So with that, on to our distinguished panel. First off, Brigadier General Rob Edmondson currently serves as the U.S. Army Forces Command Deputy Chief of Staff in G6. Major assignments including the 101st and 82nd Airborne Division, Joint Staff Pentagon, Army Staff Pentagon, and Army Intelligence and Security Command. He served as the 38th Chief of Signal and Commandant of the Army Signal School, where he was responsible for the initial military training and professional military education for nearly 65,000 total force Signal Corps soldiers. He has commanded at every level. And frankly, I'm not sure what's harder, being a CIO or being a CIO in an operational command like ForceCom. So welcome, Rob, to our panel. Second, we have Mr. Guy Walsh, founding executive director of the National Security Collaboration Center at the University of Texas, San Antonio. Guy has served in several senior positions in the DoD, culminating in key work in critical infrastructure in the critical infrastructure domain, and also served as a Command A-10 pilot during his Air Force career and an expeditionary wing commander. An operator in every sense of the word, from airframe to cyber operations. So great to have you on board today, Guy. And then our third panelist, co-founder and managing director of Cyber Strategies, Mr. Bob Butler. Longtime friend as well, but he served as senior officer and senior executive, ranging from commanding the Medina Regional Security Operations Center, serving as associate director of the Joint Information Warfare Center, and really culminating with the deputy assistant secretary for cyber policy for the Department of Defense, and now as senior industry positions inside industry. Bob, too, has a wealth of military industry and civilian expertise here that hopefully we'll mine as well. So welcome, Bob, to the panel. So with that, gentlemen, thanks all for joining us with your precious cyber intellect and time today. Hopefully this is engaging for the audience, and we can kind of cover a bunch of melting pot territory. We're going to do this a little different. We're going to frame a couple themes, do a couple speed rounds, and get your respective thoughts and backgrounds. So with that, let me just kick it right over to you, Rob. Certainly, what's top of mind in the FORSCOM arena with respect to cyber these days?
Okay, Bill. Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for moderating this panel, and to Guy and Bob. I'm honored to accompany you on this journey for a wonderful 45-minute conversation that hopefully will help to enlighten all of us, especially those that have dialed in. So in terms of what's on my mind here at FORSCOM, I'm going to begin, though, by saying, as a reminder here, that the views that I'm going to give you are going to be my views and not necessarily those of the department. But as you pointed out, Bill, being a CIO of a FORSCOM organization, an operational organization that frankly, when mobilized, and I didn't realize until I got the job, that 87% of the Army in some way, shape, or form is going to touch Forces Command when they're mobilized. So that means there's a lot that is going on. And what's on my mind with regard to cyber? Well, as a career communicator, especially living today in the operational force, the reality, what's on my mind most is the reality that we operate in a contested environment. And wherein we had the days of open field running throughout the networks, today we have to balance everything we do with a healthy dose of blocking and tackling that we really, frankly, didn't have to talk about 10, 20 or so years ago. In order to do that blocking and tackling nowadays, we have to have a slightly different type of a workforce, and that's the civilian workforce as well as a military workforce. So frankly, we spend a fair amount of time discussing recruiting, training, developing, and employing and retaining the right type of skill set for 2020. And there's probably no better example of how we are examining this challenge and meeting this challenge head on, and maybe most importantly, changing the way in which we do business than to take a look at one of our cyber MOSs that we just stood up, our warrant officers, the 255 Sierra. And I'm not going to, cite too much military jargon, but I will share with you that here's an example of where we stood up a critical need, a critical MOS. We frankly thought it needed a certain level of promotion prior to arrival into this new branch. And what we realized was that rather than establishing an artificial promotion floor before you could become a member of this new force, that what we really needed to do was just look at your skill set, look at the table, look at your accomplishments, and quite frankly, then build you into this new workforce and not use the old antiquated industrial age ways of promoting individuals, but maybe looking at your merit a little bit more than just your time in the seat. So in terms of what I think about most and what's going on in FORSCOM, it frankly is how do you operationalize the network? And with that, sir, thank you very much for the introduction.
Very good, and thanks for joining today, Rob. Guy, let me turn it over to you. You are definitely smack dab in the middle of the melting pot and collaboration in the Texas arena. Maybe highlight some of those areas for us, if you would, to kick off.
Absolutely, Bill. And again, thank you for the invite. I know I was pleasantly surprised about a week after you turned in the over the job up there at OSD, where we were working together, to get the call and invite here, and also just the concept that of what we're working together between a lot of the folks up there in the Austin area where you're at now, in San Antonio, particularly for here in San Antonio. I will tell you that, and again, here for my first year, this week actually starts my second year here in San Antonio and UTSA, working with President Taylor Ramey in the university. But what is, I will say, unique about this area and makes it a little bit different is really what you talk about, that melting pot in the organization. From the first day arriving here, and I think Bob Butler was actually one of the first ones to greet me when I came on board here, and has been tremendous in bringing me into that. But Same thing with the city of San Antonio here. Mayor Ron Nirenberg has the NSCC and building this community and supporting your previous speaker, Tim Hawk, and the team out there. One of his top 3 goals, and it's continuously, he probably talks about it more than I do in terms of the NSCC and the School of Data Science. Yesterday, we actually had the mayor's group in our discussion, working with the city. Juan Ayala, who runs the military veterans, and Amanda Keemer, who runs the cybersecurity for the mayor's group, and others. And we have this continuous dialogue. So what I do tell you is that bringing that intersection and community approach has been absolutely tremendous here. As you know, in San Antonio, we're big into the biotech and the health and medicine with UT San Antonio, working closely with the UT health systems and the folks up there in Austin and across UT systems. And that's very busy, obviously, with the COVID-19. But we've been very, it's been hot, other than, I'll say, the temperatures with 3 consecutive record days here in terms of building that community. I'll probably start, most of you are very familiar with the growth that's going on down around Tim Hawk and 16th Air Force with Port San Antonio. We have regular meetings with the team down there, Jim Perschbach and Will Garrett and the team, Doug King and David Monroe. Doug just came on board with San Antonio Museum of Technology. And so we've built this regular and continuous dialogue with the team down there that's been very, very effective in terms of doing that type piece there. We also have worked very closely with the military. On March 16th, I believe it was, we started a COVID-19 cyber task force. It was really intended to have that dialogue between our Joint Base San Antonio teams and with DHS. We actually have about 10 or 12 federal partners. We developed this off of the Cyber LA labs and working with Department of Homeland Security, the state, local, and territorial folks there. And so we have this continuous dialogue with Southwest Texas Fusion Center and a lot of our federal partners that are located here in San Antonio, that many people not be aware of, with having Secret Service, a large piece of their technical group, and obviously the 14 installations under Joint Base San Antonio. And I'll talk a little bit about it really quick, is the most recently, over the last month, Joint Base San Antonio was named as OSD's experimentation and pilot program for 3 different programs. 2 of them dealing with 5G. So we're one of the 12 installations in the United States that is doing 5G work. Joint Base San Antonio will be leading the effort on the cybersecurity, or what we call core 5G. And then also we'll be leading the efforts here in the electromagnetic defense initiative run by JBSA and started by the former AETC commander, Lieutenant General Killer Steve Foster. So hopefully that gives you a quick idea of some of the melting pot issues that are going on here down in San Antonio.
Absolutely, that's great. I think that'll tie well into, Bob, I know you co-authored kind of this 3-step piece of transforming in this cyber area. Probably be a good place to highlight some of those, and the ties back to what Guy was talking about.
Yep. Hey, thanks, Bill, and a great panel. A privilege to join the group. This was a piece that I wrote with former Assistant Secretary of Defense Frank Kramer, and it really was driven off of decades of experience, both as a U.S. military intelligence officer, running P&L on the business side, being a practitioner as a chief security officer for a global data center company, as well as serving as the Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Pentagon in space and cyber policy. And it's informed by both previous work and current work with the Defense Science Board, the Army Cyber Institute, and specifically the Jack Voltaic program. We'll talk a little bit about that later on, and what is currently ongoing with the Cyber Solarium Commission. So as Rob was indicating, I mean, the world has changed, right? It's not just the pandemic. We saw that even prior to the pandemic, based on the increasing pace of the threat, the homeland is no longer sanctuary. Our deterrence and our overall defense model was not working, and the risk gap was growing. And so as I reflected on that with Frank, we said, we need to change the model, and that's the title of the piece: Cybersecurity and the Need to Change the Model. And the 3 basic ideas inside of this is to build, at one level, to build a more resilient architecture, and cover 3 different areas inside of that. One is the idea, and I think you've already talked through this as part of the venue, is designing open, resilient, and zero trust architecture. I'm happy to drill down into that. Secondly is mastering the supply chain and building lifecycle program protection efforts, continuous risk mitigation activities. And the third is to embrace automation and AI-enabled capabilities. That's the first idea. The second idea is this doesn't work without rethinking through our partnerships and collaboration. So at 4 different levels, building active defense-minded partnerships. At the federal level, 1, at the critical infrastructure commercial level, 2, at the state level, 3, and 4th at the international level, creating an international cyber stability board. To do that requires a lot of federal and private sector enablement, both in authorities and resources. And again, I'm happy to talk through that. And the third big idea, Bill, was this concept of continuous net assessment. We're in a great power competition. And in a great power competition, you need to know where you are, what relative advantage you have against an adversary, and you need to know where you are in terms of risk. So there needs to be a new concept and indications and warning for measuring the relative advantage and the relative risk, especially as we engage in campaign planning, in competition, and looking at conflict over time, in order to understand our adversary and how to move with advantage in this space. But again, I'm happy to chat more about any of the topics as we go through this. Thanks again for the invitation to be a part of this group.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Appreciate the initial remarks from all three, the great lead in. I think at the intersection of that, one of the emerging areas I think is an interesting theme around academia and improving the digital and cyber mindset of the forces is really around this concept of human-centered design. To Bob's point of use next generation of AI and how we use data and how we bring this space together, and then how do we apply concepts of AR and VR in a very complex and data-centric space, right? So very interesting to see where that's going to emerge over the coming years. Rob, I'll pivot to you a little bit on that. Maybe not as much on the AR VR, but on the workforce side of it. You talked a little bit about the new MOS, the new occupational series. What are you kind of thinking about of bringing in new talent, removing the barriers? What are some of the challenges there from a workforce that you're particularly tackling right now in that space? It looks like we may have gotten a little bit freeze there with, so why don't we pivot over to Bob there. You touched a little bit on the human-centered design and next ways to think about AI and ML and data and AR, VR. Would you like to highlight some of those areas in a little bit more specificity?
Sure, Bill. Sure. So let's go back to this idea of embracing automation and AI-enabled capabilities. My sense is we need to move much more rapidly to transition what we call typical cyber hygiene to some type of machine learning, artificial intelligence engine. And there's lots of activities going on at the federal, state, local levels within industry. But we need to find ways to much more rapidly automate all the paths of cyber defense. So, from a data center perspective, I serve as the chief security officer at a global data center company. You work through a SOC, which has a lot of routine sysadmin functions. Those need to really be automated so we can move human talent to much more active defense measures. So an illustration of where we started to work through that with gaming is Jack Voltaic. Jack Voltaic was an experimentation program sponsored by the Army Cyber Institute, which was really focused on this concept of user-driven requirements. And here we use gaming activity to help us define what the framework should look like, and working with big data lakes. The data helped to inform the frameworks on how we would model adversarial behavior and how we would move from that level to another level. So in one capacity, it is going beyond just simple time motion studies to improve workflow orchestration between humans as individuals, humans as team concept, and humans and machines, but taking it to a much higher readiness level. And this is what we're going to need for our cyber command teams over time. This is what we're trying to get to in the persistent cyber training environment, is the ability to interactively improve cognition So your readiness levels continue to get higher, and your understanding of adversary tradecraft as well as your own blue tradecraft increases over time. VR and AR, especially in the remote environment, whether we're talking mixed reality, HoloLens 2, Microsoft type products, or cognitive services in general, allows you to do this, but you have to begin to work to move much more rapidly to take routine functions and move them to systems so that you can free up the human being to get to higher cognitive levels. Again, happy to go into other examples, Phil, but at one level, that's what I'm trying to get at. I think that's what a lot of folks are trying to get at as we try to drive forward in both the cyber arena as well as in terms of improving overall military workforce readiness.
That's great. And Guy, I think in some of our prep discussions, you highlighted some great work that you're doing in the AR, VR space. Again, if you believe in the hypothesis that the digital workforce as a whole, a nation issue of how do we improve that, things like AR, VR become really key. But you're doing some great work with DC3 and the Air Force and some others. If you wouldn't mind highlighting some of those, I think it'd be really germane to the audience here.
Yeah, absolutely, Bill. And I'll jump on a little bit what Bob was talking about there in terms of improving the human cognition piece, because again, within the center here, we've had several demonstrations. The teams that are working in the AR area right now, we've been working with the Air Force's team, both from 16th Air Force, AFCO, the Air Force Cryptologic Office, Air Force Lifecycle Management, who look at all of the platforms and weapon systems. And we've done several pretty cool demonstrations in terms of, and I think I'm pretty sure like Chip Von Highlander and his team from AFCO, they're looking at these with several of the industry partners who are on this today, but looking at how are we able to utilize this, and they've taken a couple different platforms, and they show it there and talk about whether it be the cost savings of not actually having to get in an airplane or operate an airplane and those, but also saving that equipment and going in and doing work on a box that if you actually pulled the wrong wire or hit the wrong button there, you're causing thousands of dollars worth of damage. And they actually walk you through. So if you haven't been through some of the demonstrations that Lifecycle Management and the others are doing, more interesting, or not more interesting, but in a non-traditional way, one of my favorites is work being done by Dr. John Quarles here. John is looking at it from that human performance perspective, looking at why people like me, as soon as I put those goggles on, within minutes, my human performance is being degraded. I am not very good at that. So sometimes it's as simple as John talks about putting that little reference point in there. Normally, if I'm looking outside, that's called my nose, right? There's some fixed reference point that helps you from spatial disorientation and some of the effects we have from a human perspective. But he's also working on the monitoring piece of that. So we actually, whether it be on a Fitbit that you're wearing on your wrist, but getting that feedback. And then the next part is to saying, let's look at how, not just we notify someone, and I did this in the flying world for years, where we would go into the altitude chamber to what are those symptoms we start to see that if we're going to have degraded performance that we're doing that. And then what do I do to combat those to do that? And so John is working through that. One is identifying how people are affected by being in that virtual augmented world. Number two is giving that feedback. And then number three is how do we sustain that or extend their performance, and how do we do that? So it's some really neat work in that AR, VR world that we've started, and we're doing a whole nother hiring process here with our researchers and our teachers, because I really think that's going to be a big piece of the education that's out there and opportunities that are out there in the workforce of tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the main takeaway for the field is this is real, and it's here now. We're out of our cybersecurity center in Accenture, we're delivering some of these capabilities, certainly to startups that we'll showcase here a little bit later, that we'll highlight that. And academia is a key piece of that to generate, whether that's new algorithms or new technology. So it definitely awesome to see the kind of the Texas area really taking a leadership role in that. It looks like we have Rob back up. We might not have videos for him, but I do want to go back on the workforce side of it. He talked to the new MOS, where they were going with respect to workforce development in a very large ecosystem of signal corps officers, cyber officers, if you will. Rob, anything you'd like to highlight there as far as key focus areas in continuing to grow the next gen cyber warrior?
Yeah, absolutely. So I touched a little bit earlier on on the warrant officer and bringing the new warrant officer into the Army, the 255 Sierra. But we have made changes in the Army, and we continue to make changes within the officer career field, the warrant officer career field, as well as the enlisted career field. And the big takeaway here is, I guess there are two. One is we've realized that some of our old job specialties that we had soldiers for many, many years, in 2020, we can combine those. So the conversation that we're having today about cybersecurity and having a cyber capability is not just about growth alone. There may be growth in some areas, but the reality is that there are some industrial age positions that we realize we've got the smartest soldiers in the world. And perhaps where many years ago we needed two different branches, two different specialties to perform one function, now the reality is we can have one extremely smart American soldier perform that function, which then frees up a capacity to begin to look at the cyber defensive piece that, frankly, previously we didn't need to, because our adversary didn't drive us to have to concern ourselves as much with a defensive capability. So whether we're merging MOSs, creating the warrant officers, the new officers, or the enlisted job specialties for 2020, all of those, in addition to promotion. Promotion is, the Army is taking a hard look, and it frankly is beginning to already move in a direction of not necessarily having an individual wait for promotion based upon time in position. But if you have the skills and abilities, and you've demonstrated that you're a top tier leader, then the Army is now promoting those individuals at a faster rate in 2020 than we were just a few short years ago. The final piece that I'd like to mention with regard to the workforce is project inclusion. And so project inclusion, which is bits and pieces have been in the news over the past couple of weeks. But in terms of having the diversity, which really what you're looking for is the diversity of thought, and we can come back to that a little bit later on. But in order to have that diversity that you want at the higher levels, that then will generate some of that diversity of thought, we're now actually removing photos from our promotion board packets, because we want to promote based upon merit and not based upon a photo. We're removing names and the gender specific information, because again, we want to promote based upon proficiency and everything else. So when you look at where we have come with regard to the ability to stand up new career fields, the ability to relook the way in which we are promoting, attracting, and retaining talent, I'm really excited to be a part of what the Army is doing within the cyber realm, as well as the other career fields.
Very good. And for those of the audience who may not be aware, the recent presidential order of kind of pushing for skills, and I'll call them micro-credentials over diplomas. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, but that's another lane I think is really interesting. And may go back to Guy here in a minute about where he sees micro-credentialing going in the college and university. I think that'll be key. But I wanted to kind of shift a little bit into the innovation, tech insertion, and kind of the as a service, whether that's cyber as a service or managed IT. Because I think we're truly at a time where the entire department and federal space is really making this big pivot to as a service models. The Army and the Air Force certainly are. You could argue the Navy has been somewhat in that model for a while. The amount of commercial integration of platforms, new policies on supply chain and government ownership, commercial ownership of equipment, the new DevSecOps kinds of pushes. So Guy, let me push over to you. I mean, you live at that intersection, as we've talked about. What do you see as some of the key themes that we've got to work through to better tie the knots for like the startups that are on the line today, the academic institutions? Certainly great work with RELIS and UTSA and NSCC. But what are some of the things that you'd recommend from kind of you're a startup to a large business that we ought to tackle? Yeah, so let me cage this again, because I'm not coming from an industry perspective, but really about from the academic perspective right now. But how do we bring that together with the industry, whether it be the small
and startups, and where it was discussed earlier this morning, where a lot of the innovation is happening, to the folks and to the defense industrial base that the DoD and our federal partners rely on quite a bit. The first part is really about our three primary focus areas of the NSCC, right? It's about, we need to change education in the U.S., and we're trying to lead some of that in terms of building world-class education that is actually meeting in these areas, right? So that's part of the first thing. As most of the folks know, UTSA has been rated as the top, one of the top universities in cybersecurity at each of the levels, at the bachelor's level, at the master's program, and others there. But it's really more than that. It's about changing a lot of what we're doing at the university and academic world to really interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary and transdisciplinary. And the reason that's important is because, as Bill was just mentioning, if you're talking about supply chain and business type processes, you have to understand that, but you have to understand the background that becomes in that. So that's one of the keys in terms of our focus here, is to really look at, and I would say this is happening throughout UT systems. It is certainly happening with Steve Cambone and Mark Welsh and the folks who are up at Texas A&M at the Rellis campus, but really looking at that. The second part is, as you brought up, is how do we bring that piece of it, the research, advancing research. That's both at the foundational level and at the applied level. There is a lot of research that goes on at the applied level in the industry areas, but in all honesty, a lot of the big major changes and the transformational changes are going to be with foundational scientists. And so what I encourage folks is, especially, whether big business, small business, when we're talking about building and doing your business development models, look at what your investment is in research. Research is what's going to get, whether it be your services or your products, to sell themselves. And building that concept is that they can sell themselves, but part of my business development really needs to be how much I'm doing and doing that. Whether it be with hiring and bringing on internships who are working in these areas, or very simply in terms of working in a collaborative function, such as the NSCC, such as the ones that are out in the other organizations in Colorado Springs and others. And I think there's some great work going on at UT Austin. As you know, it was recently in the papers that the University of Texas Systems, which includes UT Dallas, UT Austin, UTSA down here, was one of the top 3 producers of new IP, intellectual property, and patents in the world. And that was a global thing in terms of having US patents. So I think that'll be key there in terms of what I encourage folks to do is to look at, in your business development, your business analysis, what you're doing in advancing the research piece of that. The last piece I'll bring up is what we need to do in the academic area, and it goes back to the education, and that is really addressing the workforce. Very particularly here, over our goal, Taylor Amy has made it clear, we will triple the size of our input and throughput of our folks through the School of Data Science across 4 different colleges to do that. But I will tell you here at UTSA, it's of interest, more than 90% of our students are fully clearable. We are also a predominantly female organization here. We have a 51-49, and we really encourage that STEM across with and getting folks into our community here from the female side, and that's an important piece there. So it's really how we address and bring in the broader communities and culture to address the challenges that are faced by both our small industry and our larger industry groups.
Very good. Couldn't agree with you more, Guy. That whole of government, industry, academia is what it's all about. And I think the investments we're all making across the board, we can continue to improve that piece. We're about at the 30-minute mark. I was going to pivot over. We don't have many questions, so please keep the questions coming in. But I've got a couple here. So I'll leave this open. I think any of you could address this one, so I'll let you chime in. But the question is, adversaries have implemented AI, ML, machine learning, using deepfake in this arena. And what actions should industry and government design to counter this approach to affect the human factors? I mean, I think we all realize deepfake is a real thing. It's in the seconds and minutes of reality now. And so from a cyber defense, cybersecurity, I think this is where this is going, is like, how do we bring together the startups, the academia, the other aspects, and the operational nature of this to basically fend this real threat off. So Bob, maybe I start with you if you don't mind talking that one.
Yep. So in this space, I mean, there's several threads to pull on. Defensively, it starts with where a guy is. We have to educate consumers on what is going on. There is a challenge in people not realizing that they're being exploited. So this concept of identity exploitation and control by adversaries is real. It's not just one election. It's going to be, and not just one democratic process. It's really pervasive now. So at one level, it's education. At another level, it's really understanding and from a vantage point of what that looks like. So it's the data again, right? So it's social media, it's IoT sensing information. It is other personally identifiable information, and it's information that adversaries have stolen that they can now exploit in conjunction with all of those different pieces, to include advertising tech, botnet type technology. So understanding the realm of what is going on with deep fake and identity exploitation is step one. Secondly, then, is we have to figure out a way of understanding who's doing it, how is it being done. So enhanced attribution, DARPA's got programs in this space, looking at ways that we can generate new insights by building the models, right? These adversarial behavior models need to go from strictly cyber models into cognitive models, right? Which is where it's all about influence, right? And it's all about countering influence. Once we have a sense of how those models are built, is then to use those models to understand thresholds for preempting deep fakes and creating correct narratives. There's also alternative strategies with regards to helping folks to understand how to compete in this space. So to me, it's a building block approach that includes new types of intelligence. It includes a different way of thinking about operations. And the only way to get this done is through a very tight collaboration with industry experts in this space. And again, it's not just your traditional defense industrial-based companies. It's certainly that. It's cloud infrastructure providers, ISPs. It is also advertising tech with government and academia to make this happen. I'll end there and let others make some comments.
Oh, great rundown. All right, our second question here is, and maybe I'll aim this one to Guy, because it's and Bob may provide some supporting fires. It's really around, this matrix of academia, industry, and government. Futures Command, Air Force, Army, cyber commands. Huge tech base in this area, academia. How do we overlay this matrix in the South Texas area to really make this real? And I think a part of that, I think you were getting to this, Guy, is that tech injection, that startup piece. How do we better tie that? Because I know the one challenge, large companies have, like an Accenture, is how do you get that startup that really can help you scale to the next level, that's really innovative, of connecting those dots together and getting to speed in seconds and versus minutes kind of aspect. So how would you overlay those two together with the need for speed, certainly in cyber and the matrix that we've got down here?
Yeah, so let me start maybe by a little bit of patting you on the back, Bill, and Bob, very particularly in this case, in what you're doing today, and the fact that we're having this dialogue today, and that we follow, and having the previous briefs over the last couple of days with Army Futures Command, and bringing in Tim Hawk, and bringing in the different aspects of what's happening, and bringing that together. So today is part of that solution that you talk about. And that has been a focus that I know Bob has worked with us every time we've sat down, working with the different organizations that are focused on, whether it be DoD, military and veterans community that exists up in Austin. And I see those coming together, and I see a lot of the, I'm going to call it the connectivity that's happened. And again, thanks to a lot of the folks that are out here. I think, to your point, we need to continue that flow with the industry type pieces here, because there are very particularly, I'll say, nuances, and we need to start stressing what the opportunities are rather than the differences. There will certainly be that competitive edge in terms of between the different organizations, but I really do think that if you look at how well what is going on here in San Antonio, and whether that be with the community type aspects, whether it be with Port San Antonio and the larger Joint Base San Antonio, and what's happening in Austin in terms of extremely great innovation in terms of what Army is doing with Army Futures Command. Don't forget that, and tied to Army Futures Command right down here in San Antonio, you have Army North headquarters. If you've been watching the news a couple days in terms of bringing the operational piece, you've watched how they've been actually running a lot of the support of the defense support to civilian authorities and bringing a lot of the logistics, a lot of the healthcare, and that's not just here to, in yesterday's news, I think it was on Dallas and San Antonio, of moving those forces, doing the logistics, moving that to support under the COVID-19, but they've been doing that all over the country in terms of that. So bringing together what I'll say the operational piece that occurs down here with Army North and what's happening in where we need to go in the future is really coming together. And a lot of it is really done or based on what we're doing here today and bringing it together today virtually. But as we move forward, even bringing some of that transportation, we got to start driving up and down the road, I think. Not that the roads aren't crowded enough, but to get that dialogue and continue it on the industry side, just as it is on the DoD side.
Yeah, so we've got about 5 minutes left. I did want to pass I'll call it the Army strategic lane over to Rob for a second before we do wrap-ups. But Rob is certainly Forces Command with a huge inject in the cyber operational field and the emergence of Army Futures Command. If you would mind touching on those strategic relationships and where some of those opportunities may be heading.
Definitely appreciate and in essence, to follow up with what the other panel members have just mentioned, there's been in my opinion, there's been a cultural shift in the Army over the last few years, and that cultural shift really has us listening, listening so that we can, at the end of the day, have a whole of government approach. As you've already listed, you've got Army North, Futures Command, San Antonio. But if I come back to Futures Command for just a moment, that was a deliberate decision to stand Army headquarters, not on an Army installation. So when we look at conversations about the whole of government approach, working with industry, all of us collaborating together, the biggest takeaway here is that we are here, we realize what our strengths are, we realize what our weaknesses are, and we realize that we can't all do it alone. And you've got a tremendous, when I say you're for the majority are in the Texas area right now. There is huge potential in that area. We've already taken the leap to put our money where our mouth is, if you will. It's not just lip service. The headquarters, plural, are there. And we look forward to a continued partnership, knowing full well that we cannot do it alone.
Outstanding. So as we wrap up, I'll do a little bit of an ad hoc question as we close out for closing. But for the panelists, if there was one big thing you could get done in the next fiscal year, next calendar year, what would that be, and what impact do you think you'd have on this community? Guy, I'll pass the baton to you first.
Yeah, so I just want to follow up with what Rob said. I think it was visionary, the idea of saying, hey, Austin is bringing some amazing stuff in terms of innovation, and let's just not keep putting everything, and I'll use the term San Antonio, Military City, USA, but let's really try to expand that. And I really do think over the next year, if we can bring these together in terms of what is happening in Austin area, what is happening in Texas, that will have a united voice for Texas to be able to compete on the national and global level in terms of what we're doing, whether it be the national security, whether it be in the AR, VR area, all those areas. And so that's what I'd say. Is we have made some great strides forward to be able to unite and do that voice, and that is happening at the state level. And we've had that discussion with Bob Butler and DIR and the folks that are doing that. We've had it at the city level, working with the mayor here. And we've had it at the military level with General Hawk, with General Murray and General Richardson up there, General Richardson down here as well with Army North. So being able to bring that together over the next year, if we can continue the momentum that's been started there, I think that'd be the biggest thing we could accomplish over the next year.
Outstanding. Bob?
Yeah, I think what Guy was just talking about, it makes great sense. For me, looking at Jack Voltaic, looking at the pandemic, it's highlighted the need for bottom-up, local, community, state work to connect with top-down federal work, and we need to converge in that space faster. So if you think about the audience that we have on today, it's an ecosystem, right? You've got folks that are in the government, that represent the government. They're driving requirements. They need to help us with changing policy, industrial policy, and they need to be involved with the acquisition side. In terms of the solution providers, the next group, that's entrepreneurs, that's labs, that's academia, need to be much more engaged in converging with the requirements folks. But they are also, from a business perspective, need to understand what drives business. And so folks in private equity, venture capital, they need to be heavily engaged in this triad relationship as we're going forward in time. So what I would seek to do in conjunction with the article that I wrote and the points that Frank and I laid out, we have to tighten up. And I think we've got a great ecosystem in South Central Texas to kind of pilot and pathfind this for the nation. We have to tighten those three legs of the triad together: the financing side, again, private equity, family offices, large firm capital, as well with entrepreneurs, labs, academia, and then the third piece, which drives the whole process, is the requirements coming from the military and the government. And if we can create a flywheel and tighter collaboration in that space, then we're going to close risk exposure and gain advantage.
Outstanding. Thanks, Rob. I know we're running out of time, but I want to get your final take as well.
Well, based upon the introduction, when you said a little bit earlier that you don't know if it's more difficult being a CIO or being a CIO of an operations unit, I'm going to be a little myopic in my response to the question about what I'd like to see over the next year. So what I really would like to see would be the use of AI and machine learning to assist the Army in building readiness. Now, we spend a lot of time, hundreds of thousands of soldiers are all involved in the national defense, the Army's contribution to national defense. And when we take a look at what it takes to defend the nation, we do believe to a degree that we can leverage, harness AI, machine learning to assist us in building the right amount of readiness, the right amount of national defense at the right time.
Yeah, you said it was tactical. I think that's probably as strategic as it gets right there. I think that's the way to end this. So again, thanks to the panel on behalf of Accenture and Accenture Federal. Hopefully everybody got a little bit of the melting pot in the Texas area and how we're bringing, again, industry, academia, all the aspects of government and federal and the startups together. Hopefully you'll stay on for the showcase here to follow up in a few minutes. But again, thank you to all the panel here, Guy, Bob, and Rob. Appreciate your time today and shedding some great wisdom for the team here. And please don't hesitate for those in the audience to follow up if there's anything we can assist with. With that, I'll hand it back over to Julie.
Thank you so much. All right, it's time for the final networking session at Fed Supernova. Hop over to Hop In, and we will meet you back here for the Cyber Ecosystem Showcase at 1:15. See you then.
anyway, but you push me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you still in my eyes. For you, yeah, I give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? I wanna know what's in. Can I feel your kryptonite? I'm here to hear you say you're fine. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time.
Welcome back. Just in time for our final session. This is the cybersecurity track presented by Accenture. And first, we have a video to kick it off.
Association of Cyber, IT, and Intelligence Professionals supporting national security and homeland security. The Alamo chapter consists of 1,300 military, industry, and academic members across the state of Texas and beyond. I want to take a few minutes to tell you about San Antonio, a community built on historically strong relationships with the military that date back 300 years. This region and the men and women serving at Joint Base San Antonio fulfill an essential role in our nation's ability to project power and maintain the strength and stability of our armed forces and our country. Joint Base San Antonio is the largest joint base in the Department of Defense and continues to grow with the Air Force's largest military construction budget. We have 4 primary locations, 10 major commands, and 266 organizations. All told, JBSA supports 75,000 assigned personnel and over 500,000 retirees, veterans, and military family members. JBSA's impact reaches far beyond its fence line. 1 in 8 people in Bexar County are associated with the military community, and base activities contribute over $41 billion to the state of Texas, 1/3 of the economic impact of DoD's 14 military installations in the state. With military activities in 4 counties, 4 congressional districts, and 20 surrounding communities, San Antonio is truly deserving of its registered trademark, Military City, USA. JBSA is the gateway to the Air Force. Every enlisted airman walks through the gates of Lackland. It's also home to the world's largest medical education training campus and the DoD's largest hospital. We train all of the instructor pilots, remotely piloted aircraft pilots, C-5 pilots, all of the military working dogs, and every single medic in the Department of Defense. But some of JBSA's most critical missions involve cyber and intel. At Fort Sam Houston and Camp Bullis, we host the 470th Military Intelligence Brigade, the 505th Military Intelligence Brigade, the 106th Signal Brigade, the 549th Military Intelligence Battalion, and the 4th Reconnaissance Battalion. Randolph is home to several organizations that have a tremendous impact on our Air Force. Air Force Recruiting Service, Air Education and Training Command, and the Air Force Personnel Center recruit, educate, and train the next generation of cyber and intel warriors. At Lackland, Kelly Field, and Medina, we have the Air Force's Office of Special Investigations, the Cryptologic and Cyber Systems Division, the 67th Cyberspace Wing, the 688th Cyberspace Wing, the 960th Cyberspace Wing, and the new 16th Air Force. In all, there are over 20 cyber and intel organizations from multiple federal agencies in San Antonio that contribute to the growing footprint in this region. In addition to these federal government cyber and intelligence units, San Antonio is home to a host of nationally recognized research, innovation, collaboration, and supporting organizations, a few of which are depicted here. As the second fastest growing city in the United States, San Antonio is also home to one of the nation's best cybersecurity programs at UTSA. The National Security Collaboration Center brings together government agencies, national and military labs, defense contractors, and top academics to work our country's most pressing security challenges. The Alamo Regional Security Operations Center is creating a centralized security ops facility for real-time regional cybersecurity information sharing. And the Port of San Antonio Innovation Campus focuses on supporting military and commercial solutions in the critical manufacturing and transportation sectors. With the largest concentration of cybersecurity professionals outside the national capital region and over 150 companies thriving across the region, there truly is no place like San Antonio, where the opportunities for innovation, collaboration, and growth are perfectly aligned. As a recent example, 2 years ago, JBSA and community leaders initiated the Electromagnetic Defense Initiative. This is a joint effort between military, government agencies, industry, and academic partners to strengthen our electrical infrastructure and improve 5G risk awareness. Last month, DoD announced that San Antonio would be the home of the military's 5G core security experimentation network, partnering with industry to create leap-ahead technology that will underpin U.S. military leadership and the future digital economy. There's no better place for this collaboration than Military City, USA, where the seamless convergence of government, industry, academic, and military efforts comes together to solve our nation's toughest problems. Thank you for your interest in San Antonio. If you'd like more information, please reach out to us at alamofcia.org.
Well, good afternoon, and let me welcome everybody to what we hope you will find to be not only exciting, but a very informative session that's going to really provide information about cybersecurity in San Antonio and what you're going to learn through that. And I would like to thank Rick for really giving us a good start to really lay the foundation for. It's going to be some very great speakers who are going to even give you more information about not only the history and how strong cybersecurity is and how important it is to San Antonio and as well as to our state and to our nation, but also the impact and opportunities that are really there for you to join this great effort and this great team that we have here. My name is Bobby Blunt, and I am with MITRE Corporation. I'm one of our department heads, and I help head up our work program in cybersecurity here within the San Antonio area. And I've had the opportunity to either work or get to know the others that are part of our panel. They're going to have that opportunity to talk to you. I've sort of got involved with cybersecurity in San Antonio back in 1982. And you may say that was a long time ago, but the rich history of, as you heard, of cyber goes a lot further back than 1982, even within San Antonio. One of the great things that you'll hear about is there's always been that collaborative spirit. And as Rick had talked about initially, we started out in what was called Security Hill, a very small area on a base that was really known and having a national impact without a doubt. And when you go to today, as you're going to hear, is that footprint not only covers all of San Antonio. And when I say all of San Antonio, I mean not only from the businesses, the Department of Defense, the industry, the universities are now engaged, and even our P through 12 education entities are having cybersecurity magnet programs and other things. So you really have a very, very large footprint without a doubt. And now reaching out to the rest of Texas, such as in Austin and Houston and the rest of our nation, really has spread that footprint out. And with that, you'll see there's a number of domains and areas that are very critical that the city and San Antonio, our Department of Defense and all our partners are engaged with. And our very first presenter is from Port of San Antonio, Jim, is going to tell you about how critical not only the infrastructure piece is, but what they're providing to really give us a leg up across the nation. So we're going to bring Jim, who's the president and CEO of Port San Antonio.
Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, Bobby. Thanks for all you guys are doing. Really excited to be part of this. Only have 3 minutes, so let me start off hopefully by sharing the screen so that everybody can see what we've got. What Port San Antonio is the old Kelly Air Force Base. A lot of cyber started here. Security Hill was what used to be on Kelly Air Force Base. But what we're doing today is this. It is a focus on not only showcasing the capabilities that we have in San Antonio, but frankly, recruiting, attracting, and retaining the talent. So you're looking at our proposed innovation center. We hope to be launching this in the next couple of weeks. It is a massive facility and it's designed to do a few things. One, it is right in the heart of this campus. This campus is 14,000 people. We're doing some of the most amazing things in advanced technology, cybersecurity, and robotics. We want to bring hundreds of thousands of people down where they can see what's going on, not just in the gaming environment and theater environment, but most importantly, a showcase. And one of the showcases is going to be critical infrastructure protection. The city and CPS Energy have partnered with us to build the Alamo Regional Security Operations Center. We're going to have a simulator security operations center in there so the public can not only learn what goes on with cybersecurity, but more important, we can use it as a flight simulator, as a training environment and a threat detection environment. We're really, really excited about this. The goal is to connect people with opportunities, to connect buyers with sellers, and frankly, to connect education with demand. This isn't a build it and they will come. It's something we've been prototyping for the past 2 years. We've been tremendously successful with it. There have been over 3,500 new jobs created on this campus in just the past 2 years. That little museum and one of the early versions of the simulator SOC you're looking at, a group of middle school students using it, over 30,000 young people have participated in it just in the sanctuary section of the old base chapel. So we're excited about it. We're excited about the cybersecurity capabilities. Only had 3 minutes, so I've raced through all this. I'm happy to answer any questions. But folks, we love what's going on with cybersecurity. We think it's going to continue to grow, and some of the most important things for critical infrastructure protection and national security are being done right here in San Antonio. Thank you so much.
No, and thank you, Jim. Great to hear from you, and great to hear about not only the past, but the future and what the promises the Port San Antonio is really bringing forth. You have one interesting question that does talk about the future we want to ask to you. It's asking if you could describe the future cyber expert warrior and how you see that fit within Port San Antonio and what your thoughts are there.
I think the future cyber expert warrior is somebody who's got knowledge about a lot of industries. There's going to be a blurring of cybersecurity expertise as we move into connected devices and connected systems. And so what we're excited about is the ability to bring professionals from the cybersecurity world who are doing some amazing work with network security and connected devices, and put them right next door to the people who are working on the airplanes, or the people who are managing the utilities, to installations like ours. We've got a 1,900-acre installation with millions of square feet of buildings on this property. And let's figure out how we can work together and collaborate to design systems and networks that not only are standardized and secure, but so that we are minimizing those weak points. The future of the Alamo Regional Security Operations Center is not just securing the critical infrastructure in San Antonio, but providing that as a service to cities, municipalities, and utilities all around the country. And imagine what we can do on two fronts. One, the standardization and preventing weak spots in that network. But number two, the acquisition and purchasing opportunity means we can start to develop real solutions and real capabilities. So I hope that answered the question. I'm trying to move as fast as we can.
No, you're doing great. The other one, we have one more for you, then we'll bring up our next panelist. The other question is, how does somebody get involved with Port San Antonio? I'm a new business. What do I do, and what do you suggest?
Well, there's multiple ways. If you want to work with us right now, the easiest way is to go to portsanantonio.us and register as a vendor. But the Innovation Center, and go to techportsa.com to really see more details about the Innovation Center concept. Our goal is to bring people down. And part of that museum is an industry showplace. It's like Epcot in the 80s. So the government can't acquire out of the museum space, but they can sure see what's the state of the art and technology. They can see opportunities for vendors and for inventors that don't necessarily have the platform to get in front of the government. So what we're hoping with that Innovation Center is we get hundreds of thousands of people coming down to this campus every year and seeing the capabilities we have, not just at Port San Antonio, not just in San Antonio, but frankly throughout the industry.
That's great. Great. Well, thank you, John.
Thanks.
Well, next, we're also going to bring up to the stage someone that you know all too well that definitely has joined your team, and somebody that has had a tremendous impact in cybersecurity in San Antonio. And that's going to be Will Garrett, who, in addition to being a part of Port San Antonio, has also established what's the longest term, one of the long-term incubators for security products within Central Texas. So although he needs no introduction, especially here in San Antonio and across Texas, we're still going to do that for you. Will, come on aboard and tell us more.
Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate it. Good to join you today. Yeah, and so I'll talk a little bit about BuildSec Foundry. And so it's a program whose genesis really started about 6 years ago, and a group of members that had come out of Security Hill, which you were mentioning, Bobby, you know, the lineage, Air Force intelligence presence in San Antonio, felt fairly passionate that there wasn't a structured program in our community to help transitioning veterans launch more product security companies. While we have a massive defense base and defense industrial base around cybersecurity, a lot of it on the commercial side is a services heavy industry, which is fantastic. But our goal was, how could we help founders from day one? And frankly, most of those day ones exist when they're still wearing the uniform or still working in the US intelligence community. How do we put the necessary structure around them to help them understand what is the product they have, what does the niche look like, how do they take that to market, how do they even form the right type of company to accept outside capital investment when that time comes. And so it began, frankly, as a weekend boot camp that a ton of committed volunteers, ex-Air Force veterans, most of whom are working in cyber companies in San Antonio, gave their time to come and talk about sales and marketing, go-to-market strategies and finances and hiring. But we realized it needed to be a little bit more formalized. And so with the support of actually Graham Weston's 80/20 Foundation, a couple of years ago, we launched BuildSec Foundry. And so it is a longer-term incubator, largely focused on companies, most of whom maybe day one are not ready to hop into a Techstars or Y Combinator type short accelerator program. They're just getting their company founded and launched. And our goal is to wrap around them with mentors who have been there, who have dealt with the military transition, who have launched cybersecurity companies, help them understand what's the niche of going to the market, and especially how do they get some early stage customer traction. I think that's what is most relevant to this entire discussion between San Antonio and Austin, Central Texas, and the defense innovation ecosystem is how can, and Bob and Bill Marion and Guy Walsh talked about in the last session, how can the entrepreneur, part of that three-legged stool they spoke of, how can it be more active, focused around the defense innovation needs? And some of it's just a lack of understanding, but we just have so many more tools these days, SIBRs and STTRs and the work of Air Force Ventures and Futures Command and Level Up here in San Antonio, they can really be great bridges to more of a commercial scale stage for companies. And this goal by, I think, DoD writ large to be more of a helpful partner in creating dual use companies. And so our program in San Antonio, and it's really more Central Texas, you'll hear from some alumni and current portfolio companies later on in this session. It is about how do we support the earliest of the early in getting launched and getting into market and really getting in the hands of institutional investors or customers that then can take them to another stage. And so while the results have been small in comparison to some of the global incubators that exist, we're proud of the results and proud of some of the companies that are doing great things. And so we're excited to be part of this ecosystem and look forward to continue to build that relationship between San Antonio and Austin to ultimately see more product security companies launch and scale here in Central Texas.
Good. It's great. Well, and thank you for everything you've done in San Antonio and cybersecurity, as well as for our nation too. Similar question on what we just asked Jim too. How does others engaged and get involved if they're interested? I'm a new startup getting started, et cetera, with the long-term incubator?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, buildsekfoundry.org, it's a 501c3 nonprofit. It's not a traditional cash for equity model. Myself and my two co-founders are not in it and don't have a fiscal interest in it. We're not here to make money. We're just here to support the ecosystem. And so you can reach out via that link, or obviously Jim mentioned the Port San Antonio website, my contacts there as well. And always love to talk to emerging tech companies, especially in the security space. And I mean, if you're listening and you think in cybersecurity as network defense, yes, that's a component of it. But we have a company you'll hear from that's doing artificial intelligence applied to data redaction. You have endpoint response, incident response type companies. You have containerized app security. So it spans the gamut of around security when I say that word. And so we'd love to work with you if you're an entrepreneur or founder. And then additionally, for the federal side that may be listening, the resources you have that could support these companies, either getting funding to enhance the R&D and product development side or early stage testing to validate the products they've built. We'd love to partner more closely with them around the Central Texas region as well.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Bobby.
Good, thank you. Well, and we're going to, thank you. And we're going to bring up to the stage one of the success stories that Will had mentioned that I know everybody's looking forward to hearing from. And that's Melissa's going to be talking. She's the president and founding member for Rectify. And I do want to point out that I think this is pretty exciting that they were the winner of the 2019 Tech Block Tech Fuel Startup Pitch Competition in San Antonio. Check this out, as the top startup within the community. So we're going to bring her on the stage also. And as you may notice, we keep everybody else up there. We always work as a very close group, and we're able to support each other. So Melissa, come on up, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa, and I'm the president and co-founder of Rectify. I do have some slides to share. There they are. Perfect. So at Rectify, we are creating a new privacy standard for sharing documents. We essentially offer an automated, secure redaction platform that organizations can use when sharing information outside of their organization. Now, companies generate millions and millions of documents each and every day, and they usually contain some sort of personal information that, if revealed, could lead to hefty fines. And as businesses participate more and more in data sharing activities, which could be open records requests, litigation documents, or public health data, privacy is becoming more and more difficult. And unfortunately, a standardized privacy model for document distribution does not exist today. Organizations resort to manual processes, or worse, doing nothing at all. And I always like to use Green Tree Mortgaging as an example, because unfortunately, they were fined $63 million because manual redactions done in their in-house document management system were not secure. And when they shared loan documentation, consumer identities were exposed. So Rectify is helping corporations solve this dilemma. We have created an automated way to identify and protect sensitive content in documents, and we're doing it with minimal human interaction. And that really is the key. We are creating a standardized privacy model for document distribution, and the result is a secure data set that can be safely shared. And we are essentially, analyzing text, unstructured data. We are identifying personally identifiable information and trade secrets, and we remove that data and extract it out even at the metadata level. Now, with data protection requirements growing globally and the lack of standardization for privacy in documents in particular, this is a great time for Rectify to be solving this problem, and it's a fun challenge that we're taking on. Now, our founding team actually met while working at AT&T's corporate legal department, and we were basically responsible for managing mergers and acquisitions and regulatory affairs. And over our tenure together, we've literally protected tens of millions of records in our career tenure. And we have built automation techniques and workflow methodologies that are really, really hard for others to replicate. So we do consider ourselves data warriors on a mission to standardize smart, safe data sharing. We are a proud member of BuildSec Foundry. They have been a great support to us, and I appreciate the opportunity to share our journey with you today.
Well, thank you, Melissa. A very successful story and a very great journey, without a doubt. We just want one question for you also. Where do you see the opportunities going into the future for your business and yourself within San Antonio and cybersecurity, on the Department of Defense side, the government side, or et cetera? What do you see as opportunities?
Well, it's great that being here in the ecosystem itself and being able to access the network that's here and even in Austin is a great essential asset. As you'll hear later, it is a highly intensive, supportive community. And with what Rectify is working on, we're working on things in the commercial sector, private sector, but things that are highly relevant to data sharing that's going on in a lot of different government entities. And so it's a large problem that we can help solve, and we're getting plugged into that by being in the ecosystem here in San Antonio.
Great. Well, thank you again, Melissa. Well, we're going to bring up next to the stage another very successful story that Will told you is going to hear from a couple of alumni and success stories. We're going to bring up Chris next from InfoSight. As we're bringing him up, I want to point out one major fact with Chris and InfoSight. He's raised over $13 million in funding from venture capital has over 200 customers, and provides cloud-based software. And again, this is just in a very short 6-year time frame. So Chris, come up and tell us why you've been successful and what you see also.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been quite an adventure. I did 10 years in the Air Force. I was at Lackland for quite a long time. I ended up doing some pretty cool stuff there at Lackland, where I was part of a mission that was doing some cutting edge cybersecurity stuff. So being able to go out and find hackers, being able to respond to nation state attacks was something that I was very heavily involved with at the nation state level. When I came out of the Air Force in 2014 with Russ Morris, my other co-founder, we looked out on the market on what we wanted to do, whether go get a job at another cybersecurity company or figure something else out. And what we found was no one was doing what we were doing on the inside. And really, there were new technologies that were available to make what we were doing easier. We were doing some very manual stuff. So, the transition from the military, 10 years working for the government, to going out and pitching people for money or looking to start a business that sells something to the commercial world, that was a brand new thing for me and Russ. And Will was there. This is like the same amount of time. It would just happen to cross lines. But I showed up at the cybersecurity boot camp that Will and his team put together, which evolved into, we were the first company through BuildSec Foundry down there in San Antonio at Geekdom, which is similar to Capital Factory and some of these other organizations at different cities. But through that time of going through our seed stage, raising sub $1 million, trying to build a business, trying to get folks to look at us, not being in San Francisco or Boston was sometimes a challenge as well. We had to fly to a lot of places to try to get some looks. But over the last 6 years, we've been pretty successful. Like you said, we've raised 13 million. We have 2 primary venture capital firms behind us, both out of Austin. And so we've grown. We've got over 30 employees. Some of the things that we're most proud of is our technology platform is being used to respond to some of the biggest incidents out there. When the companies like an Uber or Lyft are looking to acquire another entity, they're using our product to go do an audit to find out if the company they're acquiring has a hacker in it. If you're a big cybersecurity company like Checkpoint, those folks it's a publicly traded company. Their entire incident response team relies on InfoSight's technology to go and deliver fast response for hacks that happen in the world. And so we've been fortunate to be a part of some of the biggest things that happen in the news. We're not always mentioned it, but we're part of the stack of technologies that goes and tries to fight off these hackers when they get into people's organizations. So, whether it's someone, our partner network, the big consulting firms or anybody else, they're using our technology to fight these guys. So, if you're interested in that, feel free after the session, look up InfoSight. If you're delivering cybersecurity services, you're our customer, you're our partner. And if you're looking out saying, am I hacked or I am hacked and what do I do next? InfoSight is here to help, or one of our partners through that network. But I can't thank Will and his team in San Antonio and the rest of the folks there enough for what they've done for us as first-time entrepreneurs. We wouldn't have had the resources. I wouldn't even have the motivation to start this thing had not someone come up to me and said, hey, I started a business out of the military too, and it is possible. And that's what happened at these types of events that Will and his team put together. So thanks to San Antonio for everything they did. We still have a presence there. We're now a Central Texas company, Austin and San Antonio, but we still have our roots down there.
Thank you, Chris. Very great story from you, without a doubt. I do want to follow up with your last statement. If we do have a new innovative company or somebody, a startup, what would you advise them as they look at opportunities in San Antonio? I don't want to make Will too busy there, and I know we've got our sports gym up there also, but just a couple of key points that you may give somebody that's just starting out.
I've talked to enough entrepreneurs that started their company in San Francisco and Boston to know that the grass is always greener. You don't move to a big startup city and suddenly things are just instantly easier. I think there were aspects of it that were hard. The San Francisco and Boston and New York are some of the top tier startup cities. And a lot of times people will encourage you to go move there and start your company, or move there and go get funded. And oftentimes I tell people the reason is because if they don't trust you or they don't think you're going to succeed, then they don't want you to be outside of, the battery power of their Tesla if they're going to give you their money. And so that's often why people say that regions are important. But the reality is that companies can be successful regardless of where you're at. And certainly now where everything's online, it really doesn't matter. And what the benefits that you'll get oftentimes can outweigh too. We had very low rent, the talent was easier to find. We were the belle of the ball. We weren't around 1,000 other startups. You don't have to have that kind of competition when you're in a city that has the resources and doesn't necessarily have the 1,000 people clawing for it. So I think that was helpful. And I would suggest, don't have that grass is greener mentality, because just moving to another city isn't going to change your world. But sometimes it can help if you have access. Access is everything. If you can get access in your city, use that.
Thank you. Good advice, Chris. Thank you, without a doubt. One of the things, as we get ready to bring up our next panelists, I want to point out is as you're hearing this story, and that you may have gotten the message, it took a lot of people, a lot of effort to really build up these opportunities that you're hearing about for cybersecurity for not only our small business, large businesses, the whole community, et cetera. And as a part of that particular history, there are individuals that really gave their all, as well as organizations like the Cyber Texas Foundation, like some of our university structures, like some others you hear in here. It's sort of interesting, or not coincidental, that when it comes to some of the various cyber competitions that do occur, like Cyber Patriots, that the most high schools participate in San Antonio, and your sponsors and some of the others here, like Accenture, are big backers of that. Some of the new things that the University of Texas San Antonio is doing with their Cyber Threat Defender, and how that's hitting nationwide, and the impact that's going to have actually now starting from, believe it or not, kindergarten on. Again, those are some big institutions, organizations in San Antonio really collaborating. And as our next speaker has definitely been engaged from the very beginning on those type of aspects, and has given his own. He's Rich Valdez is not only the CTO for IP Secure, his other major role, and this is a very important one. He serves as the 2020 Cybersecurity Chair for the Cybersecurity San Antonio. And this is a very critical public-private partnership between check this out, the city of San Antonio, the county, the industry partners, actually, to be honest, the whole community, is just putting it lightly. So Rich, come on up. They slipped me a nickname, but I'm not going to say that in case I get in trouble. But you go ahead. If you want to use your nickname, that's fine.
Bobby, thanks for the introduction. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you in this. I have a lot of different nicknames that some of them aren't, they're PG-13 R-rated, but it just depends who you're around. But yeah, so thanks for the introduction. So yeah, I wear two hats. So I'm the CTO for IP Secure, but also, I'm the acting chair for the chamber. And if Amanda was here, she'd say, we're the cyber Switzerland for all the connective tissue here in San Antonio. And, how I got into this role is actually just through, volunteer efforts, working with Will Garrett, working with UTSA, Bobby, and everybody that's going to be on this panel, just to kind of figure out the landscape. San Antonio being the second largest concentration of cyber professionals outside of the NCR, which is a big secret to the outside world, because a lot of what we do has always been tailored around being, military city USA. So what does that mean? It means a lot of what we do has been in the classified work, the dark arts, I like to say, that we're now able to talk about, because cyber has immersed into everything we do everywhere that we sit. And so IP Secure has been very successful over those 20 years, kind of looking at the landscape within the spaces we sit. We're a homegrown company, been here around 20 years, started by Mr. Rodriguez with one FTE over in what's called the 346 Test Squadron. We've morphed into a whole lot more, supporting a lot of cyber, working with all the folks here. But during this transition, that's why the beauty of San Antonio and our ecosystem, we needed help trying to figure out how we can help outside of the spaces we sit. And so that's how we got in touch with the port. We got in touch with the chamber. we started working with the different software factories all over. Mr. Garrett's and myself, actually, we have some roots, coming out of some of the spaces we sat in together. So it's it's cool to see how all of this comes together and how we can grow that ecosystem, and working with not just San Antonio, but the region and Texas as a whole. So what we're seeing now is a combination where we're working more with the level ups, the different software factories, AFWERX, some of the cybercom initiatives, but you're seeing where they're asking in the spaces that we sit for help from the outside world. And that's where between what I do with the chamber and what IP Secure does as a whole is providing that connective tissue between all of those different partners, educating and trying to find our next level of talent growth for the city, and to support our great nation and securing our interests in the spaces we sit. And it's funny, through this COVID epidemic, the world that we sit in cyber has become even more of an emphasis, because everything we do, we are the connective tissue for keeping this world connected. And on top of that, securing everything even more. So it's a different time that we're all adjusting to, but I think if you look at it, we support Cybersecurity San Antonio, but if you just take that security off the end and you look at the initial what cyber was and where it came from in its infancy, in the research of cyber and cybernetics, it was an actual research study in how machines and human beings come together and how they work together, and what data can be gleaned from that. So just excited to be here. I don't know if I used my full 3 minutes. I'm very short, but if y'all have any, just thanks for the time.
Hey, Rich, I do want one question for you. Can you talk a little bit more about why the chamber did choose and is engaged with our cybersecurity efforts?
Well, I mean, so there's a guy on this panel that can probably answer that better than I.
Are you the one?
But Mr. Will Garrett, who's the connective tissue for everything, he'll tell you where all the good beer joints are as well. But I think just because of having the second largest concentration of cyber professionals, it only made sense. And then I don't know, a lot of it has to do, I think, with the spaces that we sat in. We just didn't do a good enough job of communicating and marketing that to the outside world. Still to this day, when you go up to the NCR, I go to cities outside of San Antonio, anywhere, they're not aware of how, this hidden gem that we sit in, and the gold mine that we've been hiding under a bucket for so long. So it's up to us to be an advocate, get out and communicate that to everyone. And then also, we all have our different skill sets as cities, I guess, but they're complementary. A lot of the Austin and what they're doing up in that area is based on the transport, the building of new things, widgets and things that are adaptive to our society and to make life easier. Security a lot of times is to sometimes make it a little bit harder, but at the same time secure and keep people safe. But yeah.
No, you said it well. Rich was not his, Will was not his head, so I think you're good. All right. We're getting ready to bring up our last panelist, and before we do, that's our sponsor, Accenture. One of the other things I hope everybody understands and carry away from this that's great for these opportunities that we have within San Antonio is we all really can service our roles and our mission. Mine with MITRE Corporation as our federally funded research and development center. We work extremely closely with not only those other corporations like what Rich was talking about, also with the chamber, also with the port, also with our small businesses, et cetera. And we realize there's so much opportunities and there's such a big demand. I mean, there is all kinds of work that's got to be done. So that's one of the great things. So as a part of that, I want to thank Accenture for allowing us to come up. It really, there was a big sponsor, but they thought it was important that we had showcased all the different people and players that we had, and believe me, there's a lot more too. But we'll go ahead and turn over to Accenture, and Jorge, I think you sort of have the final words for us before we wrap up. So we're looking forward to it.
I do. Welcome, everyone. I'm Jorge Jimenez out of Houston, Texas. I'm a manager in Accenture Security's businesses, helping our clients protect the field level assets all the way up to the corporate enterprise systems. I am the Houston OT Cyber Fusion Center lead. And the OT Cyber Fusion Center brings capabilities and domains that we have delivered for our clients, and they're under one single roof, specifically focused on assets. And these assets are things that you may see while driving around, whether it be chemical plants, petrochemical refineries, gas pipelines, industrial manufacturing, power generation, transmission and distribution companies, and for electric utilities. And these are the most critical assets that we have to protect for our clients. We bring all of our capabilities from Accenture around cyber threat intelligence, incident response, application security, cybersecurity services, and managed securities under one roof. And we are only focused for the CFC under our operational technology clients' needs. And this is the best in class that you will find. And we have heard from numerous clients that this is a critical need for everyone. We do this in a resilient way. We do this in an environmentally safe way. But the one thing that is typically overlooked is from the cybersecurity perspective. In this Cyber Fusion Center, we want to bring our clients, people that bring their technologies, bring their ideas, bring their sets of solutions that have their concerns about, and test them in a risk-free setting. The CFC, as we know, that's what we call it at Accenture, the CFC, is a one of its kind for OT. We have brought everything from all leading industrial manufacturers. We have brought together the best technologies from leading providers in operational technology, industrial control systems, process control systems, distributed control systems, and all the SCADA systems that run them and manage them that couple with commercially available products, whether it's a SIM or a SOC, or an anomaly detection piece of equipment that hangs on a DIN rail in the field. We pull all of these sets of capabilities under one roof to allow our customers a place where they can come in, test, evaluate, and see what would happen if a cyber attack actually infiltrated their operational technology network. And then not only that, how can we remediate it? How can we fix it? How can we solve the problem, contain it, and how can we stop it from occurring again? Again, as we all know as engineers in the field, whether it's a production engineer, whether it's a petroleum engineer, systems engineer, you can't really test OT security equipment on a live system. The risk is far too great. But in our OT CFC, we are giving our clients that capability to be able to come and test the systems all they want. And we have brought together all the domains that Accenture Security offers today from our client's facility into this facility that we can have the best threat intelligence, have the best incident response, have the best managed security services, and how we can demonstrate how valuable commercial tools can help you today protect your field assets all the way to your enterprise assets tomorrow. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Good. Thank you, Jorge. And thank you again for Accenture and their sponsorship, as well as for your remarks and give us a little bit more information. We have about 2 minutes left, okay? And I'm going to challenge our panels, because we have everybody still up here in our Brady Bunch sort of fashion. If you had 15 seconds and we were just telling our audience what we mean by cyber, could you do it? Just to say a couple of key things, because cyber is a very big word. And if in your mind that includes cryptography, whatever it is, if you had 15 seconds, and Jim, we're going to start with you. What would you say if the business is asking, hey, what do you mean by cyber?
Yeah, you pick the lawyer and the airplane guy to talk about cyber. Here's what I think. I think more and more it's going to mean everything. As we move into a connected world, as we move into a system-based world, a weak spot anywhere is a weak spot everywhere. And so incorporating not just the capabilities of cyber, but the mindset that comes with cybersecurity is going to be important for every industry throughout the country.
Well done. Will?
I mean, cyber, it's security of everything that's not physical infrastructure, although cyber inherently secures physical infrastructure. And so I think to Jim's point, it's really a horizontal cross-cut of industries right now, and it's the security of those industries that can't be safeguarded by a security guard, physical
All right.
security guard, Bobby.
Good. Now and Melissa?
Yeah, sure. So what's interesting to me too about cyber too is just the prevalence of people really thinking about it, especially with the global pandemic going on, and we're creating all these decentralized work and remote work situations. So I think there's a lot of relevancy to be had there in that space currently.
Good, thank you. Chris?
I think everything that was said is probably pretty good, but yeah, everything that's not physical. If it's riding on our computers, if it's riding in the internet, like everything we do today in the world is on the internet. All the money, all the value of things is on the internet. We're not talking about physical things anymore. We're not talking about gates and vaults. If you want to attack us, you come through a wire, and everything about security of that is cyber. So I echo that.
Good. Okay. And Rich?
I kind of went into it earlier, so I'd just say the control and communication between the animal and the machine. I mean, it's where we're at. There's data and how we think and what we're doing, and the information that we provide and how we shop, and our actions are all dictated by the data and what we get in the cyber realm. And so those are all controls now that are dictated through something that we all have access to. So that's my 2 cents.
All right. And Jorge, you got the last 3 cents.
Yeah, so I think I agree with everyone. I think we're only as strong as our weakest link. It only takes one backdoor. It only takes one unsecure asset to bring down an entire system, an entire network that can cause harm and stop production worldwide. So we just need to be diligent about it.
All right. Well, let me thank all of our panelists once again, and once again thank Accenture. Remember this corridor from I-35 between Austin and Houston. You're hearing about the strength of Houston, and you're hearing about the strength. I say Austin and Houston, Austin and San Antonio. Jorge, I'm looking at you and saying Houston. Again, there's great opportunities for everybody, innovators, small businesses across the board within the San Antonio ecosystem, and you saw the footprint is nationwide. So thanks everybody again, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Julie.
Oh, thank you. Well, I had no idea San Antonio was so much fun. Thank you, especially Accenture, for bringing us all together today for cybersecurity sessions, and Capital Factory for inviting me to hang out with all of you and connect. I'm Julie Willis, Defiant CEO, and it has been a pleasure. Stay right where you are. The $100,000 award challenge for human performance is happening right now.
Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it own you, control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time.
We've had a really great session. This whole week has been incredible, but today in particular, talking about human performance, we heard from some incredible startups earlier. I do not envy the decision that the judges had to make there in selecting the winner for our $100,000 human performance investment challenge. And so with that, a guy who's wearing an incredible shirt. Oh, it's not the same shirt as what I'm wearing, but the CEO and founder of Capital Factory, he's going to be joining us here in just a second, Josh Baer. So with that, Josh, I would like to welcome you to the stage.
Hey, Sean, how's it going?
Doing well.
Awesome. Well, hey, it's great to be here. Hey, Kevin, the other who has the other version of this T-shirt. That's how you can tell us apart. Kevin Landtroop, our VP of Defense, welcome. And we've just been in the deliberations talking about these incredible 6 different companies and trying to figure out which one the winner is going to be. It was pretty tough, wasn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely the hardest deliberation that I've seen. Talking about, obviously investment terms, because at the end of the day, you make an investment, but just the amazing technologies, who's early, who's got the broader market share, who's going to be the most attractive to this audience and to our partners, because that's obviously a super huge part of it as well. But ultimately, a decision was made, Josh, and are you ready to talk about it?
Not quite yet. But I want to make sure to share with everybody, Kevin, you already know this, but that, this challenge that we do, this 100K challenge, we've done quite a few of these, probably, I don't know, maybe a dozen of them at least over the past couple of years. We've the first one we ever did was a Move Your Startup to Austin challenge. And so we picked one startup that wasn't in Austin that was going to move here. This was a couple of years ago. And Sensei won that. That was a $100,000 investment prize for Sensei, which is an incredible company. We've since invested another $500,000 in and worked with in a bunch of different ways and helped to connect to many different partners that are here, including the Army and the Air Force and the National Guard and others. The second one was Yonder, then called New Knowledge. And that was our $100,000 artificial intelligence investment prize, another awesome company that we got to work with and have worked with since then that also works with this community. And we've also done quite a few in challenges around diversity and inclusion. We've done diverse challenges where one of the founders had to be a person of color or female. We've done them specifically for females. We've done them geographically for Dallas or Houston or San Antonio. And for all of them, they work almost like the X Prize does, is how I think about it. You know, the X Prize was first created to launch something onto the moon. And part of it was to get some, help advance space and to get something onto the moon and to find that one solution. But what was great about it is they put up a $10 million prize for one of the winners. But collectively, all the people trying to win the prize spent, I think, hundreds of millions of dollars trying to win that $10 million. So the result of the output to humanity was much, much greater. And in a similar way, when we do one of these challenges, one company wins. But we end up meeting a dozen really amazing companies and usually end up working with a half dozen or more of those. And I'm excited and I'm hopeful that we're going to work with every one of the companies that you saw pitched today, that will end up investing in every one of the companies that you saw pitched today, but we can only pick one today. There's only going to be one winner today. So that's what we have to announce. And so I just want to make that clear. Just because they may not be the one that wins today, that doesn't mean that we kick them out the door. No, we open the door and welcome them right back in. We want to still connect them to our partners here. We want to still help them go raise money, and we still can invest. They just don't get the big fancy check today. So with that, I'm now ready to announce it, Kevin, unless you want to add anything else on top of it.
Well, yeah, I just want to say one more thing, and mostly because Paul Norwood just texted me and said, hey, just announce it already.
Thank you, Paul.
But we had two companies from the AR/VR challenge that we did that got featured really prominently. The winner was actually on with CACI ZPEG in a panel that we missed because we were deliberating. But also another company that we got introduced to and our partners got introduced to at that challenge, Red 6, was one of the big DoD dual use success stories for this year.
And that was an example of one we ended up investing in and ended up joining the accelerator, even though they didn't happen to win the challenge that day.
Yeah, so I love the fact that we get to show these companies to our community this way because it always creates tons of interest from both the government side and our industry partners. So now.
All right, we have a drum roll. I was told there was a drum roll. All right, Kevin, you have to do the drum roll. All right, and the winner is Python with their incredible gesture control. So, we have a big check. I don't know, do we have Dexter or is it just me and you? I don't know if we have Dexter here as well. We may not have quite pulled that off. But congratulations to Dexter and Python, and to everybody who presented. Like we said, it was really difficult to decide because there were so many amazing companies that do different things and have different levels of traction. But this was one that really stood out for its ability to change the way we all interact with computers and technology, and to have a big impact in the commercial world in a dual use way, as well as with all of our government partners. So congratulations to Python. And I think with that, I'm going to wrap things up, and we're going to call a close to this whole event because I think that was the last thing today.
Hey,
So
John, let me just get one more call to action for our community, which is if you are a startup and you enjoyed all of the awareness, the information, the relationships with new partners, and everything else that Fed Supernova represented for you, we're doing Defense Academy the 17th through the 20th of August. We've got an incredible roster of speakers. The whole point of Defense Academy is to help you understand how to access a range of innovation programs, as well as how to overcome some of the common challenges and things that you may not be aware of not being fully experienced working with the DoD.
How do they sign up for Defense Academy? Can we get a link like down there somewhere?
Well, so we don't have the link for Defense Academy yet, but you should be seeing in a chat window somewhere near you a link to the Defense Ask Me Anything that we're doing on Tuesday of next week at 2 o'clock with our partners for Defense Academy, AFCEA Alamo chapter. And by the time you attend that event, we will have a live Eventbrite for you guys to sign up to. Our marketing staff's been a little bit busy this week, so we didn't get that out yet, but it'll be out on Monday. So please join us next Tuesday.
If you ever don't know what to do, just email help@Capital Factory and ask a question. We will get you to the right place and to the right person. Awesome. Well, thank you, Kevin, and thanks for everything you did to help put on this incredible event. There were a lot of people that were involved in making it happen, but Kevin was one of the most important ones, particularly in the content and the people and picking out everybody that was here. And so it definitely wouldn't have been what it was without all the work you put into it, Kevin. So thank you very much. And now let's kick him off the stage. And I also want to thank everyone else that helped make all this happen. Certainly Deloitte and CACI and Accenture and FLIR and the Army Futures Command and the Texas Military Department and AFWERX and DIU and MITRE and so many of our partners. I don't have a script. I'm going to miss some. I'm really sorry. BAE Systems, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft. There's a lot of them. But thank you all for helping to put all this on. And thank you to all the people on our team. We call it the Dream Team. And now I think some of you know why. But all the people who helped to make all this happen, because there were a lot of them too. And I'll give some shout outs in particular to Marianne, Jeremy, Min, Brian, Emery. There were a lot of people involved in making all this happen, coordinating it all so they could be here for you today. Justin, Aaron, Tyler, Autumn. There's a lot. I can't get them all. But thank you to everyone that helped make all this happen and made it a great event for everybody. Thanks to everybody who participated, who was in the chats, who was in the videos, who talked to startups, who did epic office hours. We learned a lot from this. I hope you learned a lot from this. And we're going to keep making it better. We're going to do it again. And so the one thing to leave you with is, if you've had a great experience here, if you want to know more, if you want to plug more into what's happening in defense innovation in Texas, because it happens every day, not just once a year or during Fed Supernova, then go sign up for a VIP tour for you or for somebody else in your organization who needs to know about this. And we'll create an experience just like this just for you for an hour or two, where we can show you what's going on and plug you into a few companies to meet, or help other people in your organization do that too. That's our entry point, and that's open to all of you. We do them every day, and it's a key part of how we plug people into the community. So to plug into that, you're just going to go to vip.capitalfactory.com to go, and you can sign up for a VIP tour, and we'll help schedule it and kick it off. And we'd love to bring you in. And for us, the biggest part of the VIP tour is getting to meet some of our startups, getting to meet some companies that are relevant to you. And that's the big reason why we keep doing it. So that's the next step. Thank you to everyone involved in bringing this on, especially thank you to Deloitte, our biggest and key partner in making all this happen. Thank you to the Army Futures Command, to General Murray, to the Texas Military Department, Major General Norris, and everyone else involved in bringing together Fed Supernova. We will see you again sometime soon. Bye.